I should. Sorry. How can I mute? How can I mute? Oh, sounds. Let's I want to shut all of these off. There. I'm gonna hope that works. Let's do that. Now let's see if we can hear this. Oh, hey, yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright. Alright. I think we're good. Now all I gotta do is pull up the chat. Let me just pull up the chat and then we're good. Let's grab the chat, let's make sure. Alright, it's muted already. Nice, 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 very nice. Let's pop it out. Close this. Move OBS here like this. Move this guy here like this. 200% zoom. Testing. Testing to see if the zoom is good enough. Okay. It's showing game audio's up. Working. I can see the chat just fine from here. Alright. That's that. Now we just wait for Andy to suddenly appear and then we'll be good. I switched over to my Pro Controller for now, mostly because I actually don't need to be too precise with my aiming and movement with my current build. My current build doesn't really require much to be had of me in terms of mobility. Like, I just get to be in the air the whole time, just spamming my shooters, which I like. I prefer that. Not to say that I want my brain off playing this. It's just, you know, a relief that I don't have to worry too much. You know what I mean? Let's grab the online play. You know? Okay, never mind. Let's just start farming some shards. Who's to say when Andy will show up? Let's just because it's gonna be the both of us. It's gonna be the right. It's gonna be the at least I remember how to do that. It's gonna be the both of us farming for the relics in the buffet. So instead, for the time being, we're just gonna be over here looking for stuff. We'll be on the hunt for some decent things to farm. Is this guy? Oh, it's this guy. Is that everybody? Let's everyone clear it out, I think, yeah. Oh no, it's not. Hey, nice. Now is that everybody? Also, I was pressing Y first instead of X. There, I gotta get used to using my Pro controller. I'm trying to salvage. I'm trying to keep my. I'm trying to keep the Switch 2 Joy-Cons in good enough condition so that they don't fuck up when like we play the next time we play like the next big game that we're gonna be on with this system, you know? Hey, you see, with this, I'm mostly concerned with other stuff. Is everybody done? No. No. Now that's everybody, okay. Yep. Yeah, if you can't tell already, there's some stick drift going on with my controller. It'll definitely happen when I try to move from left to right too quick. When I go to the right, the controller starts to slow me down. Like my character slows down a bunch when that happens. Let's do that. Pretty close. There you go. Everybody? Yes, it is. Oh, is that back at the beginning?
What?
Oh, look. What's up?
Oh, you know. I be fishing.
Oh shit, he fishing.
I'm fishing right. I'm fishing for some salmonoids.
I wouldn't even blame you if you went on that game by yourself. You're like, yeah, sounds about right. It's a pretty easy game to get on by yourself. Just to buy it.
Don't you love when you try on the Switch only to put it back to sleep because you forgot to get out of that menu?
Oh, that'd be that shit. Fucking Nintendo. Okay, we should really get this guy first. Oh wow, that's good. What is this? Okay. Alright. Fine, I'll take that. Not primo though. Is that everything? No. There's a bunch of like little traps. What the hell? Who are these guys? Why were they so far away from us? Hiding. I'm just collecting money right now. I'm on Bagel Beach. I guess I'm also trying to find loot.
Hell yeah, brother.
Apparently that's how it works. That like you don't actually get introduced to uh the rarer weapon variants that have fire rate up until like later into the game, and that apparently just makes it so that you have a better chance of actually getting them in those later levels. Or maybe there's like no chance to get them at all in earlier levels. I forget. Somebody apparently did the research.
Yeah, you can't get them in early levels.
Yeah, somebody tested the quote-unquote RNG, I guess you call it now. Apparently it's there explicitly related to that, related to progress. I don't know if it's actually fully true. But I would trust Japanese players researching this game over any other region that plays this.
Hell yeah.
They are.
I agree.
Yeah, they're fucking obsessed with Splatoon. They're even obsessed with this one. This one's not even a PvP game. Oops. There's a good chance I die here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna die both.
Oh, I did. Thank you. It's not right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Now we should be good. We should be doing good now.
I'll be in the lobby.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. I'm almost done. I didn't start this that long ago. So. I've been at it only for like what? Maybe like 4-5 minutes at most. And I am missing 3KX, which is to say I'm like, I don't know, maybe couple of waves away. Or literally, maybe two more. Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I'm at 14.7 out of 16K. And now there's a red crystal coming up. Let's see. I might be able to get it done with this. With this wave. Oh yeah, we're good. I just got it killed. In other words, I got it done before all of them were dead. Missing anybody? Oh. That was quick. Yeah. Switching over to my Pro controller that has stick drift on. I'm kind of guess it's only really on the one on the left stick that has stick drift. It's not really, I'm not really affected that much by it because of my build, I would say. Oh, finally! Jesus Christ! Finally, another primo weapon. I got a primo olive oil sculpture. These squelchers are these the snipers as well? Or are these the DMRs? It's a type of shooter, but I think the squelchers are like the DMRs, right? I guess not this one. And let me see this again. Oh yeah, there you go. The Primo olive oil squelcher is a long-range shooter optimized for max rate of fire. I found it in the Bagel Beach, so yeah. I I would have to do things. Was it? I think you have to do stuff from bagel. Like the best ways to get farming stuff is like Bagel Beach and levels afterwards. That would generally be good for farming. So you can like point to any of the buffet, since that stuff they drop weapons there too. Or just loot in general. I have the relic on that's making it so that undiscovered gadget parts are easier to find. The one thing I haven't seen is if it's picking up gadget parts for power tank, since I can only use tactical and speed ones with this gadget. Hold on. Okay, we're missing 2 here. Oh, and just in that, and then okay. So I'm gonna assume for the blast boot, I'm missing stuff that like I can actually craft for it, but I just don't. I don't feel like using blast boot right now. I could probably switch to it, but I won't. I like dash bomb more. Okay. Yeah, we're almost done with that. This guy. Okay. We're almost done with jump bomb. Okay, see, have we been getting used? Oh wait, we can just see from here. No, we haven't. I haven't been getting any new gadget parts for the power tank. Kind of sucks, but I mean, it also makes sense too, sort of. Easy.
My way then.
Okay.
My way.
Oh, what's up, Jen?
Jen out here showing me her little doodles.
Hey, that's what's up. We like doodles. I wonder how good the olive oil squelcher actually is. Long range shooter, and it has max rate of fire, which is pretty much it's what you need. But it's got the free stuff. The free stuff doesn't really make a lot of sense for shooters. Only really makes sense for stuff that do single fire, like big damage. Single fire damage. Damn. So I had a fuck. I had a list of all the floors, but I didn't count how many there were. And there isn't really an option to just randomize which floor you want to go on. You sort of have to just figure it out yourself.
We just roll for it.
Yeah, we roll for it? Okay. We won't roll and goose.
Well, let me grab my D20.
Well, let me think here. I'll just say 99 divided by 3 is definitely more than 20. We can start there. Each stage is split into 3 floors.
It's
And
33.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're just gonna add up to 33 with with different types of dice.
so it's 33. So we do, so let's see. We're doing it in sections of 3, so we just get a 6-sided die. Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah, no, there's 33. Wait, actually, yeah, wait. Are there? Wait. Wait. Ah, I have to think. Are there? I don't think there are, right? I don't think there's odd numbered dice.
Odd number dice? No.
No, there are no odd numbered dice. So there are a total of 33 of these things. Yeah. Big one? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can't tell what you did because this could easily be either you rolled a nat 20 or you actually used a random number generator with 33 numbers.
I rolled a d6.
Okay.
I gotta make it more complicated than this is, man. Oh, hell yeah. I see a spare lecture now. There's a hell of a party on my corner, I just didn't notice.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of guys. Well, I mean, they're everywhere. Yeah. See where that is. Yeah, this is right here. Cool.
Fuck all the big guys.
They're around. They're around. They're around. I have two of them here. Another guy here.
I died? Please. I love that I said that and they all showed up here. Oh, I need to get in the water.
You're alive, don't worry. Just don't die while we're loading in. Alright, we made it.
Spawn in.
We're here now. I think I'll go see this one. I don't think I can do that. Worked out. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. I was scratching that one. Oops, close. There we go. Oh my god. This is nervous. I've heard that song. A little jingle. Every time I've been helping people out, it's just been in either regular levels or it's been in those it's been in the fucking sampler dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the last one I tried helping someone out in, it was the fucking one with all of the speed tank gadgets under that time limit. And I was just like, dude, I never taught myself like a proper method for doing this consistently. So I was just flailing around, forgetting how to use the fly wire and the Wii ranks. I was like, I forgot how to use these. So it was terrible. I had to wait until the next one to actually get the bonus for helping people.
And wait, is there one specific island that you gotta help people with from the day?
It's just any. It doesn't matter which one. You just help one group daily to get your bonus. You can help people afterwards if you want, still. But for the bonus, it's a daily thing. Once a day. It's a nice bonus usually. Yeah, it's where it's like if not the underground dungeons, helping people is where I can usually try to grab a couple of Spirelight gems.
I just fully upgraded my my Spirelight things. I got the biggest size upgrade possible now.
Oh.
No, my Spirelights are now the biggest they could possibly be.
Okay.
Just see me bulldozing everyone.
Yep. Oh. Okay.
Alright, this is the song. I was just like, what is this song, dude? You always put you to sleep.
That one.
I was just like, oh, this is like a bedtime song.
You gotta hit the other one there. the normal song.
I'd rather have the.
Yeah, the tuba song.
Everyone's like, I know their music is supposed to be weird and stuff, but like, never let them cook again.
I love the cook every time. That's my favorite song. The whole game. I love that song. What's this guy up here?
Oh, it's the big shark.
The guy that was up there was not the big shark. That was just a regular Kohawk.
No, he's the bait.
Oh, right.
Because the big shark is hiding.
Yeah, I saw him. I was really close to the wall.
Let's see if I can live.
Oops. There we go. Oh, got more Firelight gems. Well, it's gonna be there. There it is.
And I'm gonna run out. Got that Disney Channel vibe going. Give me.
Oh, yeah, I'm just getting money. Oh boy.
Hey, we got a relic.
Yeah, I've just been getting money so far, the last two.
Oh, that is a cool skill. Okay.
Let me see. Did I grab any more? No. Okay. What it was, I picked up some 5-star gadget cards. What was it? Okay, Flywire. And then, yeah. Okay. I still have a lot of weapons I need to just hold on to until I have enough to just sell and make bank off of. Right? Yeah, 67 of 300. I can't remember the last time I hit 100 weapons in my inventory. I should just wait. My stuff is doing more than enough with this. Like, yeah. What? I'm using level 90 twin cans. And this last one we were just in was just a level 89 Steve. I know it can jump. I know it can jump crazy. It can go all the way up to 99. I know that. But I myself am leveling up to. I'm 91 right now. So.
You're 91? Brother, I don't think these levels matter anymore.
They do, kinda, yeah. They do.
I don't know what level I am. Oh, 87.
I was gonna say, I won't be able to tell. All I see is 50. Well, speak of the fucking devil.
Well, you wanted to randomize it, so I am randomizing it.
I'm gonna be pea-shootering one guy this whole time. Here we go. My first target. I've acquired my first target. Okay, this is the worst damage. Alright, there we go, I got him. I was able to get him.
Gotta give you some...
Oh,
Shiver,
wow,
what the fuck?
there's two right next to me.
Brother, Shiver just got in my way.
Oh, damn, that sucks. I can't remember the last time that happened to me. Probably screaming.
I'm gonna go, I'm gonna kill the big guys. The trooper's like, wait, hold up, I got it. He's like, no. Oh, it's this friend.
One man. I would guess. I don't remember too well.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking die again like last time.
Oh, yeah, really?
One way is hell and the other way is death.
Oh. I think my parents are back from their walk outside. Oh, I think those guys. '94, '95, and then '96. Get this way. You down? He's down, down. Almost down. Now he's down. Nice.
Thanks for saving it for me. Big train.
Yeah, definitely felt that. I was doing that guy for a hot minute. That's no good, I'm gonna die. Dude. What's happening?
Worth it.
Dude. We're moving. We're moving.
Not even noticed.
We're already here. What that guy? Okay, that got put. Big guy coming up. Couple of big guys. Oh shit, we were able to get down. Okay. Yes, so. Pretty good.
Yeah, I just want a bunch of people.
I was gonna say what the fuck. I had no clue where it is. Okay. Finally, another relic. What is it? Starbound adaptation. It looks like it's a 3-star. Oh, that's for the other. That's for the other gadget recovery one. The one that doesn't cost me my health. But I have to stay in the air, which I don't get to always do. Because by the other one I have it is better. It's just I have to sacrifice my health. I'm okay with.
Hey, I got 5-star high range for the vortex.
That's not bad. Yeah, actually, yeah. No, yeah. No, that's good.
I'm so tired for some weird reason.
Wait, did I see this? I don't remember if I saw this clip you sent me. I think I did. Or maybe I didn't. No, I didn't yet. Good God. It is a nightmare.
What is a nightmare?
What? How? What? Oh, oh my God. That's, of course, and then that attack is like the most fucked up hitbox. That's funny.
If you're wondering, it's like, oh my god, he whiffed 3 times.
He whiffed 3 times right in front of him, and then he goes for a swing that's ever so slightly to his side, and it catches behind him.
It's absolutely.
I'm completely distracted. Did this happen just now? No, this happened. Actually, I don't know. Oh. Oh, that was 2 years ago. Oh shit. I didn't realize that the narrator for DBZ passed away 2 years ago.
They really?
Yeah.
Shit. You talking about English or Japanese one?
The English one.
Oh shit. Okay.
His name is Doc Harris. Mostly because, I mean, with his voice, it's like he could have been anywhere. So let me see where he's from again. God damn it! He's known for narrating the English version of the Dragon Ball Z series. Fucking yeah. How about tell me everything else he's done? Okay.
Nah, man.
Oh, Captain N, the Game Master, narrator.
Really?
Bucky O'Hare and the Toad Wars, Toad TV, Harmon, Fake Pirate. He was the Golem in Monster Rancher, as in the show.
I see.
He was Grogar for 5 episodes in Friendship is Magic.
So I am very tired today, so I'm gonna make myself some snacks. So while my snacks are cooking, we're doing the next one, baby.
Oh my god, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. He's the fucking Koli announcer from Bionicle Mask of Light. I fucking knew it. I was like, bro, come on. He's gotta be in something else I know. And I can hear his voice in my head. I'm like, yes, that's him. He's Bionicle.
Wait, he's Bionicle? He's
Bionicle? He's all in one Bionicle. It's the same voice as the DBZ announcer. Like, yes, that makes sense. And apparently that was 2 years ago that he passed away.
One Splatoon Raiders came out earlier.
Wait, what?
You said one Splatoon Raiders came out earlier. Would have found that earlier.
Who's he voicing? Is he voicing Strong Arms? Is that what he's voicing?
Yeah.
Or is he voicing the what are they called? The small fry? He's voicing the small fry.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so I learned how much damage the big bombs do. 4,200 damage.
Oh, you got hit directly by one, or?
Yes.
Hey, like, let me test this out real quick. On purpose. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
This is a pretty good spot to put this. Everything's spawning in the middle.
Yeah, maybe I just kind of is, yeah. They're like centralized right now. Like a government. That was quick.
That was extremely fast.
Goes to show, this is level 60. Makes a difference. This guy's harder than the rest.
Whether my guns are like upgraded to health.
Okay. In other words, it does make a difference.
Oh, why are there 4 of you here?
We were cooking them. We were cooking them way too quick. The game was like, we gotta throw out more of them.
Dude, there were like 4 towers on my side, and on your side you had this spicy one.
I had a spicy one that showed up at the end there, but we had killed enough of the other guys. It didn't matter. 92 now. I leveled up at some point during that. I don't know how.
Samovar.
There we go. I got a blue fragment. I have Friendship Moon Charm. Ah, okay. I think I know this.
I'm missing 15 relic pieces.
That means there's one more piece to this. Oh shit. Just from a rank 2 of this relic, it causes a huge explosion to occur when I'm in danger. I guess as soon as I hit danger, I guess that's when it happens.
Yeah.
In other words, rank 3 probably is like, I don't even know what's that even sound like. I mean, what does that look? What's the word they're gonna use to describe it? Explosion. Maybe it'll do something else.
Math explosion.
Yeah, I don't know. There was nothing going on my side, so I gotta come over here.
You better come over here. I think everything's over here.
Shit. Oh, there's a good chance I die. Oh. Oh yeah. Probably gonna die. No, we killed him. Oh. That's nice. We killed him. Alright. That was
a doozy.
That was yeah. I could have been a little more active. But it can happen right now. I just completely missed my... That was pretty fun.
Why ain't strong arm?
About that. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Alright, let me look for the fucking pequeños.
Yep, he's grabbing his pequeños. That's what he said. That's what he said word for word. Got a fucking brush? Got a Primo Cycle brush?
Brother, please don't do this to me.
It seems like the buffet might not actually be good for getting rid of fire. Looks like Bagel Beach might be the only way.
Bagel Beach is like the most consistent way. But with relics, so like
Is this the only Primo brush I have? It is.
hey little babies.
Yeah, it's the only Primo brush I have. Alright, this thing. What's this? Huge explosion occurs when you're in danger. Actually, I can't actually use it with this because I'm already using a tactical relic for my gadget cooldowns. I can't actually use this one for when I'm in danger. I forget, is there one here? I don't think there's a speed one that drains my health. No. No, it's just not. There aren't any for that. Okay. Oh, it's good to know. Essentially, you definitely have to use, you gotta use your tactical thing if you want to do cool combos like that. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not too bothered. I'm already doing pretty good with I'm doing pretty good with my build right now. I'm still just at 89 weapons.
Right. My snacks have been gotten.
This guy would need yeah, this guy would need he would need some ferment. And then on top of that, he would probably, since this is a long range shooter, he would probably want the long range attack up instead of close combat. Okay. Icebreaker, freeze. But that's the thing. That one shot from a squelcher is not going to be nearly as good for Icebreaker compared to if you just stack ferment and then make enemies explode. Just good clearing power. Damage dealt to far off salmonids increased 15%. That's probably better to do with this weapon. since it already does that.
Oh, there's no timer.
What? Huh? What do you mean? There's a timer. It says 85, 84, 83.
I've been on that for like 30 seconds before I actually started counting.
Was it because I was looking at my stuff?
No. Maybe.
Oh.
Let me go make a way for tea.
Do I actually need to have close combat slotted into the twin cans? Or should I have gone with risky reward? Because you only get a 16% boost with close combat. Whereas right from the start with risky reward you get a 50% damage increase. And my build already has me automatically be in danger more often. It would be a slight decrease in damage without close combat on. But more often I'm in danger, the more likely it is I'll be doing just even more damage. That's probably what I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna try that out. Whenever I do find the right twin cans for this build, it's the titanium twin cans, the primo ones. If and when I find the titanium primos, that's when I'll try that out. Sculptures. I see. Splatter shots. Regular splatter shots. Splatter shot junior. And then squelchers. Got it. That's cool. Okay. And then over here. So these are the balanced ones, and these are the powerful ones. I'm gonna want to try to find these, but 5-star and primo. 5-star primo titanium twin cans. Because you'll get max rate of fire off of powerful dualies. That's pretty good. And if I could pair that up with the risky reward weapon power, and just commit to like being okay fighting in danger.
Yeah, bro. Fighting in danger just like does more damage than me.
I'd still probably keep the gadget recovery risk on instead of the one that causes a huge explosion when I'm in danger. Just because just draining my health would just make it that much quicker and easier for me to be in danger. Yeah, I'll try that out with those ones. I'm gonna keep these ones that I have the same, just because I have the weapon powers maxed out on it already, so I'd rather not mess with that. That would just require more farming for these weapons when these aren't the ones that I want to. These aren't the ones that I want to primarily use for the build.
You know what I did? I typed price my jewelry so I could upgrade this minigame.
Yeah. Yep. Amen. Let me see, because there's always a good chance. There's always a good chance that when I do have this build up and running, that like I can just keep it, and other friends that I know that have Switch 2s could at some point grab this game, because it's cheap now for 50, but there's always the chance that it can go up on sale too in the future, and then that's just
sick.
That's just even more worth it. And it's even more worth. Like, dude, like definitely get this if it ever shows up on sale at any given point. The once in a blue moon Nintendo sale. If this shows up for like fucking like $30 or something like that, I'd be like, you better fucking get this. You better get this so that I can show off my sick as fuck build while I'm helping out other people that I know play the game.
You better get this game.
Or I'd probably save using the build for when they're far along. I've already learned from personal experience. When people offer and I say yes, they can carry me, I end up caring about the game less. And now I'm like, I'm not gonna carry people anymore.
The only time I think that's the carrying is I'm playing PvP2. I'm going through the campaign for the night time.
Yeah, that's...
And even then, I learned it's not worth it. You don't get as much XP.
Well, the thing is that also that's a whole other thing, right? Before my Windows machine exploded, I was, I was getting on Diablo 2 every so often after I had beaten the campaign fully once, with my barbarian, and running through it again, but with the warlock, nothing ever felt like it took too long, and like it didn't feel like monotonous. I just think something's just up with, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the pacing or the design of mobs or just the design of the classes so far in PoE 2. It's still kind of like, at the end of the day, running through the campaign over again with whichever character you decide to run, to me feels cumbersome. Even if I know how to get through parts of it already, like, pretty well. Still like, I still only have like 80 or so weapons. I'm still waiting to hit at least 100 before I start scrapping stuff. Yeah, 89. I'm at 89 of primo. That's including all of my primo weapons.
A lot, but not enough.
No, definitely not enough yet. I can just, you can stock up to 300 weapons, dude, so if I hold out until then, there's a lot of moolah on the way at some point. Just keep running stuff with this build I have going. What is this? Huh? Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this game coming out. Blood of Dawnwalker. I still haven't really been sold on the gameplay premise as a whole. But I at the very least appreciate that they want to do the thing that's usually divisive for most people when games do this, but for me, I really do like I really do like a limited time calendar system in games, especially ones that pertain to actually making your time management imperative for plot reasons instead of just being arbitrary like most JRPGs, which is why I really do like the calendar system for stuff like Metaphor and Persona a bunch. Because now it actually is true that time is of the essence in those games, where it's like, you gotta save the world from a blonde neo-Nazi guy who assassinated the king. Wanted to set up his own monarchy, and now we're running a high fantasy presidential election that requires people to fight each other and a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. But it's all within the span of like a couple of months. And it's like, yeah, that's how the game progresses. And of course the Pikmin calendar system. That's something I feel like they never got back to doing, because I think I just think that it was actually the Pikmin calendar system doesn't really feel like a Nintendo choice, really. It feels like such a non-Nintendo thing to do for one of their games. To have just the time that you have with the game limited within a playthrough. But I really like it. But also Pikmin 2 is still really great. Pikmin 3, they tried to kind of do something similar, but it's less about a calendar system and more like a resource system, where you also need to collect resources for survivability for your crew. Otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty sure you get a game over too there. You know, you run out of your resources and you can't do anything about it. And then Pikmin 4 is just Pikmin 2 again, but all about optimization instead. All about optimization and cleanliness. It's not bad either. I do like the stress of the time limit from Pikmin 1. Like you have a whole 30-day calendar to get all the parts of your ship collected.
By the end of the time?
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, this Blood of Dawnwalker game that's coming out is like kind of doing something similar, but in like a third-person RPG like narrative-based setting. Essentially like The Witcher 3, but with a time limit. Calendar system time limit thing. And I'm like, that sounds like a really cool concept. But the more I hear about the game, the more I'm starting to think like this is gonna be actually a very limited kind of game. And not even like in a literal sense, like with the calendar. I mean like the way that the game is gonna function, how the character will most likely control, how the combat will pan out, stuff like that. It definitely feels like they are they're running on very thin ice with how they're trying to get this game out. I have concerns for it. Apparently the game was not going to launch with a performance mode on consoles that would be able to do 60 FPS. at one point it wasn't going to launch with 60 FPS. So that in itself is already like, this is going to be divisive already. So now they just recently had to confirm that it's going to launch with a performance mode on consoles that'll target 60, which means it's probably like a day one time or some shit. And it might just be extremely buggy too. They just have to recently confirm that they'll do it after they said they weren't going to, you know?
That sounds kind of
Sounds like
bizarre way to do that.
Yeah, it sounds ever so slightly sus. Sounds like it's probably not going to work the way they were hoping it would. Granted, thankfully people made a fuss about it, rightfully so. We really want to just try our best to avoid games running below 60. It always sucks when it happens.
What's your Monster Hunter? I don't mind it if it's 28. I've been playing it 28 for 14 years.
I mean, it literally just happened to me the past week. Finding out that the game is running the way that Ouroboros said it was running. I was like, damn. Because the footage didn't look like that. The B-roll that FromSoft gave people to use, it didn't look like it was below 60. It looked like it was at 60. So now my belief is my belief is that the game is already being optimized at this point. And the network test is just like an actual, like legitimate older version of the game that they're not working with.
That'd be interesting too, because they'll be like, yeah, so we already fixed that.
Yeah. I mean, they had to do that for Elden Ring. That shit had to get pushed back and delayed for a while. It's finally coming out, and the footage looks better.
Oh, it's this one.
Yep.
Goodbye, sir.
You pushing him up? Oh no, he just died. I thought he was gonna get pushed up. He did not get pushed up. He just fucking died.
No, I need to be in the water.
Oh, another one. Another one showed up. Another one.
That should be done.
What's that?
Yeah.
This is basically going to be the rest of the night. Just us trying to get relics. Oh, look, another relic. Sweet. Which one's this one? Oh, it's a rank 3. For what? God
Oh,
damn.
hey.
Another
The Mega
fucking-
Power Egg Collector.
Another fucking power tank. What'd you say? The what?
The Mega Power Egg Collector.
Oh, nice. That's probably. Have you gotten it? Have you gotten it once before, or I guess twice before? Because you get one automatically before. Have you gotten it?
Which one?
Have you gotten it multiple times already before? The power egg burst. Oh wait, no.
Yeah,
Mine is still at rank 3. I'm looking for that. It gave me a fucking power tank relic. Even though I'm not using a power tank. God damn, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? It's gonna wait until the very fucking end to give me the relics that I want for my build maxed out. That's what it's gonna do. It's gonna wait until then. I still
look at my builds.
Yeah, I still need a rank 3 mega power egg burst. I don't even have rank 2 for gadget recovery risk. And I don't even have rank 2 for gadget recovery speed. It's so silly. I'd probably get rid of that one at some point. I don't know Oh yeah, the gadget recovery speed one. I want to find something good enough. No. Either way, we're running the gamut. Tomorrow is opening night live for Gamescom, which is not actually at nighttime for us because it's in Germany, so it's actually more like 1:30 p.m. 2 o'clock. It's
Oh shit!
1:30, 2 p.m.
Actually, be there.
You were there for a good number of stuff, but yeah. But also
I'm gonna
yes.
miss the UE2 announcement, or sorry, the DGG live on Thursday.
That I wouldn't know what time that is. I haven't looked.
3 o'clock.
Okay, got it.
However, tomorrow I'll be there for the 1.0 trailer. I assume it's happening.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
And before they actually just release Duel List.
Just on the same day.
It's just like, why?
Good.
No, I can't play another character.
I can imagine. I can imagine opening night live being like okay, not gonna be great. Like genuinely, I don't. Like it'll be good. I think. What was the last time then? The last time we had the announcement for a lot of like cool indies. That's what happened last time at opening night live. So like Bench Attack showed up in opening night live for the first time. I forgot what else. There were some pretty cool indies that got announced. That's the one that still has a pre-show. It has one this year too. Like I said, 1:30. The main show is 2 o'clock. I got that guy before he could even. I landed right into that.
Water. I don't know what's happening over here, but there's a lot of eggs. A lot of eggs.
Yep.
Collect the egg.
Hey, I survived. I was in danger by that. You see?
Same.
Being in danger there, with the risky reward power, just rank 1 of that gives me 50% more damage. So that's already... It's such a big upgrade from the close combat.
You know, speaking of a random boss hunter moment,
Yeah.
I will never forget that one clip I sent you on Instagram of that Dominican dude trying to capture Bracky. And he's just like, Glavino, no. Glavino, no. He's just Glavino's Bracky.
I forgot about that. God
He's trying
damn
to capture it.
it. We forgot about that. Holy shit.
It's just, that clip just got me so off guard.
Yeah. Oh, another relic. Let's see. Which one's this one? Oh, it's a rank
Good.
1 going into a rank 2. What is it? God damn, it's another fucking power tank relic. They're really just blue balling me, dude. I'm busting my chops right now. This is gadget recovery damage. I got a Primo Toy Claw Blaster. So that's max ink efficiency. The question is, do I actually still have one? Do I actually have one of these already or no? I have a Steam Blaster. Nope. That's, nope. This is my first Primo Toy Claw Blaster, 5-star. 5-star. 5-star Primo Toy Claw Blaster. Yep.
I have a Toy Shark Blaster.
Yep. I have the Primo of that 5-star. And I have the rank 2 of gadget recovery damage for fucking power thing. Alright. It's one of those rare cases that this is gonna lead to a lock-in. We got a lock-in on this one. Not because we hate this one though. I do like this floor. I also especially like floor 99 because it's a very funny realization.
Oh, what are you talking about? I've never played this game before. I can't hit him because I'm too far in the sky.
I got him. I'm getting these on the front. There's another one here. Oh, hold on. Ah shit, I sent my thing out over here. I might just be better off trying to kill him. Ah shit, I sent it down. Yo. Ah shit.
Let's look at that. It's very got the blasters, right?
Huh? Wait, what?
The tower guys. Like the boss ones? You should
Yeah.
have the blasters in the middle, right?
You can just, yeah, you kind of just run the same, you run the same strategy you usually do. You grab the most middle part of their bodies, and usually it's pretty effective. But also,
Oh, right, this is a double duo. Okay, yeah, not gonna split with you. From both my turns to shooting this dude.
okay, I'm invading. The Stompy guy was basically shielding this dude for a minute. Jeez, what the fuck was that? Like adjusting your mic on your face or something?
Oh no, I just coughed.
So like it was a little louder than the rest of the time.
I'm fine.
Hold on.
Brother, I'm in between two layers of death.
Where are you? Oh,
Like, I'm fine now, but like, I had two stompy guys, and I was trying to like stay between two waves.
you made it. Alright. I got my ult.
Same.
Well,
I'm stuck on the floor. I'm moving around.
I know what to do. Yeah, I remember one of you guys is like really fast. Yeah, he's one of guys. Oh, he's having hope here. He's dead?
I think he died.
He's not dead yet. Oh, now he's dead.
No, he's dead.
And then there's the other one.
Orange person.
On that.
If I dies, I blame you.
No, you're good. We got this now.
I don't know, I wasn't worried about him at all. I was worried about the rain.
Nah, we're good. We're good.
Oh, that's it.
Hey, what are all you guys so worried about here, man? It's just $4.99. It's just two strong arms, dude. Tough arms, strong arms, tough, whatever the fuck they're called. It's just two of those guys. I don't fucking know. I don't care. They die anyway. They get killed anyway. Who gives a crap? Fucking gave me a rank 3 of fucking power tank gadget. I'm not even gonna look at it. I don't want to look at it. Get that thing away from me. Get that thing away from me. Don't show me that anymore. They picked up like that gave me only like 1 or 2 weapons. They were like not even great. They were not great. It's like what? Yeah, I'm only at 98. I feel like other floors I was able to get a lot more. Whatever. Fine. Interesting to see this game be coined as a spin-off.
But it is a spin-off.
Yeah, it is. It is.
The spin-off of PvP into PvE. This is the opposite of Dust Bloods.
Yes, it is. I guess. Yeah. So. I'll let it slide. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's, you know. I mean, you heard what I fucking said about it. I tried to come up with a term for it too. I don't know if I should save that for. I'll just say it. There's nobody here. The term I was gonna use, if I was gonna make a video talking about it, I was gonna call the game a real-time action tabletop board game.
I mean,
Because it's neither really a strictly PvP or strictly PvE or even PvPvE. Like in most cases, the parts that people are considering to be PvPvE only really occurs at one segment, and even then, it's not even guaranteed that it'll be PvPvE, and that's during the ritual site stuff, where it's like where you have a designated area where you fight people to get virtue. Which again, the virtue points is literally just accruing points in a co-op competitive board game. Something like, they said Catan, but my frame of reference is the original Witcher board game that came out like years ago that I played only once. And that one time I did win, and yes, I was Geralt. I was Riviera. I was Geraldo.
man, holy one card game of this.
Geraldo the White.
I'm so fucking. Oh, let's go. We got it. I shouldn't have been worried at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have a hard time keeping track of the X, huh? I guess there's just too many other things happening right in front of you.
I stopped looking at the eggs when I stopped having been able to capture any of them.
That's
So it's been quite a bit of time since I stopped looking at the eggs.
oh, I picked the wrong spot to shoot at. I have to grab these things myself on the ground. There you go. That should help.
Give me that UFO. Should look at the dolphin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just a food thrower.
There you go, finally, rank 2 of gadget recovery speed. I'll look at this. It looks like it's about to turn into an ocarina-esque thing, but no, it's gonna turn into like a. It's gonna turn into like a blue eel statue. I don't know. Let's see. Gadget cooldown advances faster while moving. It advances more the faster movement is up to a maximum of 10%. I think before it may have been at most 8%, but most likely it was at like 6.
What relic is that?
I think it started at 6%. That's the something stone. Beguiling stone. Beguiling stone. You just want to see if it's doing the opposite for you.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
I have 75% of my Saltimatum research. You should have gone at least one rank of it. If you did. Wait, huh? The Beguiling Stone.
What is it supposed to do?
It reduces gadget recovery by how fast you move.
Oh, I have the ritual. I have the third level.
You have, huh? Was it?
I have the third level of that.
Okay. It's a speed. Yeah, it's a speed one.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't see the stone. It's like, oh, I have the jewel. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just got it to rank 2. And I am using it. Just because as a speed tank, I also do have speed up. I have rank 3 of speed up on right now, so. I feel like I haven't been picking up that many gadget parts, I just realized. Huh. It also doesn't hurt to just leave that relic equipped. The one that we got from the gold club.
Grab the wrong remote.
Leveled up.
Bro.
Huh?
Probably I'm gonna close on you.
What?
The game's gonna close on you.
It's gonna close on me? Oh. Really? Dude.
Yeah.
What'd you do? What the hell did you do?
I was trying to get a clip. I pressed the wrong button. And then I pressed the wrong button to go back because everything else, the button just.
Oh.
Oops.
Now I'm just in here by myself. I see.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm running it by myself. It isn't. But it kicked you out of the game like as a whole. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay, so you're not even doing it by yourself right now.
No.
Got it.
Oops. That's my fault. That's not what I'm doing. Like I was trying to take a clip. I pressed the right side instead of the left side. And then trying to go back, I closed the game.
I see. That feels like a little bit of an old site. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's how that's like how it's intended to work, but also like it is for me. It's also very easy to get confused, even on the Switch 2 with some of its buttons.
It's still really just okay and not okay being flipped on everything else.
Yeah, like even on the Joy-Con 2s, I was getting confused with jump and dodge, and it's more like jump and dash the network test.
Yeah,
Like,
is that flipped in the game as well?
what do you mean? No, it's really not. It's not. Like in Elden Ring, you know, with an Xbox controller, A is jump, B is dodge, and you know it's the same placement on Joy-Cons. It's just because of how I'm conditioned in Nintendo games. Confused the fuck out of me. Yeah. But then with the Pro Controller, because the Pro Controller is shaped like a regular fucking controller, and for some reason, yeah, but for some reason it's called the Pro Controller. Because of that, I didn't get nearly as confused. So really, the form factor of the Joy-Con and the structuring, the lettering, like, fucking just fucks me up for some reason. And yeah, I used the Pro Controller last night until I didn't want to play anymore. I wanted to just play the slop game instead with you. I mean, I put in those 2 hours. I went 2 hours straight with that shit. There, now I was able to get the Diviner's plate to get the rank 3 of the Danger Burst.
Oh, at least you got another relic.
I'll be able to see what this does. Oh, it's a massive explosion. Yeah, I haven't seen that word be used yet. I wonder if this is the only thing in the game that causes massive explosions. Let me see. I have to think. What else is causing massive explosions?
Check my shell checker.
Shot pot. No, actually no, not shot pot. What is it?
Huge explosion. That's about it.
Explosion area up. No, that's by percentage. Enhanced knockback. Oh, I see. You know what? Probably my enhanced knockback, which I do not have I don't have the 5-star version of it yet for my dash bomb. I can imagine the 5-star version will probably be massive for dash bomb. Oh, I have to let me reopen. I'm reopening recruitment. In other words, the room is reopened. Huh? What do you say?
Wait, what do you mean? Hey, you opened the room?
Because I was already here still. And it just all I had to do was reopen recruitment. So it should be open. You should be able to put in. I feel like you should be able to put in the same code.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, but you're the one with the orange. You're the one with the random number generator, aren't you? Or whatever it is you're doing. To pick a stage.
You picked the 3rd floor.
The 3rd one? Oh, I have to finish. Now. So the 3rd. There you go. Yeah, it seems like I'm gonna have to rerun Dago Beach a shit ton to try and get fire rate weapons.
Okay, I see.
This is gonna be once we start getting rolling, this one is gonna be really fast.
The only problem with this one, they don't spawn fast enough.
That's what I mean too. Yeah, like, we're gonna be killing them so quick, the game's gonna have to start either picking up the pace at some point or I don't know. Find some way to make money, but they probably won't. Kind of just fucking them up. It's nice that was quick, but again, like I said before we ever started doing this, I know that if we stuck to the early floors, I'd start getting bored real quick. kind of sucks that we ran through 499 like pretty early. I was hoping that would have shown up like a little later.
That's just more like we can handle this game. We can precondition this.
Yeah. That's another thing. If I would have made a video for this, I probably wouldn't have been able to. I would have highly encouraged people not to play on normal or easy. Even if you're a kid. If you're a little kid, play on survival mode. Right? Don't most kids want to feel like grown-ups, right? Anyway. What better way to do that with your favorite what better way to do that than with your favorite Splatoon game? Your favorite Squidward. Aw, damn it! I found diner dualies. Those are like the weaker variants of dualies. Primo.
I think those are the ones that I had.
Yeah, they're of the nimble. I think they naturally fire fast, but like they're weak. And they don't have a lot of power. I just kind of know from experience, having found them before as well.
That's already enough eggs to collect.
Yep. Where's the... There it is.
Got that Disney Channel on.
Let me look. I'm gonna have to take a look at the dualies I got. Not because I'm gonna use them. 10k, just 10k shards is what I got from that. Oh, they're balanced dualies. Oh, but max ink efficiency. I don't. With the way my build works, I don't need to have max ink efficiency on my weapon. The two gadgets I use, they just refill my tank by a shit ton. Let me see again. Dash bomb does by how much? Dash bomb refills 35%. Jump bomb refills 35%. So, and they're on low cooldowns. So, if I'm playing proper, I basically just don't run out of ammo when I'm in the air.
And it's running infinite.
These are the Primo Diner dualies. They look cool at least, but you know, being balanced versus the ones I have that are the powerful ones. Eh. Also, let me just say that's kind of silly to think about. They let that pass through, having a variant of a powerful dualies that can have maximum fire rate for them. That's kind of silly. What are we running? God damn, there's so many floors.
Episode 6.
I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I'm just gonna start skipping that for now.
You could skip that.
Yeah. I did this time. Before I've been doing this thing.
So we play this whole door that we're gonna burn out on this game.
Yeah. I mean, it helps that right now, like, we have to be on the search for stuff to do just a little bit that's left. That's I'll say the little bit that's left that's required.
We're on the grind to unlock the final boss.
Or whatever it is. I actually don't know what the hell it's supposed to be. Like, exact. I don't know what it's supposed to be exactly.
It could just be a cutscene, which I'm cool with.
The one thing I do know is that the person I saw online that talked about it mentioned, like, getting a secret ending. But, like, they didn't say much else besides that. So I don't know if it is just that, or if it's gonna be like maybe another variation of the final boss, or I don't know.
Well, I know there's an ending from a different ending from fighting the summon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious.
Is that from like messing up?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So it's like a.
You actually have to lose.
That's funny. I got a Primo balloon roller.
You son of a bitch.
I just be getting these. I be getting these randomly. That I'm just like, I'm not gonna use them.
I'm just sitting here like, brother, please.
Please, brother, might have some oats.
Yeah, may I have some oats, please.
This guy's fucking dead. This guy's dead too. I think I saw something.
Oh, another 5-star thing for something I don't use.
What was it? Oh, was it a gadget?
Yeah. All I do is gadget parts of the 5, man. They don't do fucking anything.
No, I haven't gotten 5-star parts in a minute. I feel like I've just been getting a lot of the ones that I just don't have yet because of the relic.
I got a Primo something, I didn't see what it was.
Let's see. I got 2 gems. No relic for me.
Ooh. Primo Tarbrella.
Oh, I had one of those, funny enough. Which was one of the weapons I was using for a minute early on. But now I'm seeing it's like max ink efficiency. I'm like, I can see, I can see why, because it does use a lot for being a powerful one.
490.
It's probably just you have to find. It's probably just you're better off finding the large one that has fire rate. If that.
Yeah, 427. Saltimatum level 90.
Ooh. Okay. Wait, did this say? Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. This one. It's at level 90, right?
Yeah.
You see, I should still be able to do decent, like, standard damage to these guys. Now that I'm, what, a couple of levels above 90, and my weapon is level 90. And both things, both things I should be doing okay. I should be doing good. Yeah. Yep, I'm doing good damage. I'm not gonna be stuck on an enemy for too long.
Fortunately, they're in my board.
thought I was actually playing. There you go. Okay. It's just a regular 5-star weapon, not a premium.
Dude.
Okay.
Got you, buddy.
Look it up. Damn. Huh? You got ganged up on?
So I was a little too close to the entrance and a train came out.
Okay.
And then the train like hit me off.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah.
I didn't see that there was a bomb right next to where I landed.
Oh,
I was like,
Jesus. Okay, yeah. Okay, they hit you with the true combo.
I was just like, well, GG's.
I'll just hit you with it. Get you out the way. You think so? There you go.
It's fine. This is payback for what happened the last match where the big guy, the little jumper,
Yeah.
he in mid jump I managed to push him off the ledge. He just slammed to his death.
That's amazing. That's pretty funny.
I think, fair enough. I really did that to you in the life. What happened again? Like this time, there are no bombs to save you. Keep it alive.
Error, we're reaching it. What the hell did you do?
That was just me. I may have just like, oh right, I'm supposed to get back on the map.
Yeah, I could tell. I mean, you did say something weird. You said, "I'll just keep you alive." I was like, "This guy, Andy's playing with his food. What's going on?" Andy's trying to play with his food right now, and then he got fucking punked right after saying that. Which one's this one? Is this another power tank? Yes, it is.
Relic. Oh, another relic.
Another power tank.
Man, I just got money. I don't want money. I want a relic.
I got a bronze press.
Oh, hey, you got the bronze press. Nice.
I feel like every time I mention a relic, you already have the rank 3 of it. Which makes sense, because at some point the game stopped giving me relics. But it was also giving me a lot of rank 1s. Or rank 2s. We're at 119. I'll just double check that I'm keeping only primos. Yes, okay. You know what? I'm gonna go pee. Back. What are we talking about here in Nintendo Wire? The Dust Bloods has some growing pains to resolve, judging by its closed network test. I wonder if this is just about latency and input delay, then I'll just say, sure, I agree. I felt the same way playing. And then the other thing is the fact that it wasn't really optimized too well. Kind of ran like I don't think it really ran too great. Kind of choppy looking at times. I would like it to be 60 FPS, but if they have to log it to 30, I would deal with it. I wish this guy would be more specific, saying employing a dark gothic art style and mixing PvPvE alongside mobile trappings. I wish you would be more specific about that. Because I feel like I could say the same thing for other stuff.
There we go. That was something.
Also, this guy, he talks like this is the full game. Yeah. It did not.
What floor did you just do?
I think you... Was that the one that you hit me with a level 90 Salmonids? Is that's that one, right? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. Level 90 Salmonids, so I think this is set 27 as well. Elements from titles such as... I don't...
Right.
I don't...
Or 2 it is.
2?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, this article, I feel like I can't disagree even more with something like this.
About what?
From Nintendo Wire. While the basic gameplay controls are comparable to the Souls formula that From Software has been perfecting since 2009, elements from titles such as Escape from Tarkov, Fortnite, and even Kirby Air Riders are present. Players are dropped into a map tasked with amassing virtue. It is acquired from completing short events. Yeah, I feel like this guy's wording is all fucked up. All sorts of fucked up. When trying to describe the game. I don't know how else to say it. Or just the way that he's describing it, I am misconstruing what he's trying to say. He calls them short events, I would just call them objectives. And there's different types of objectives you can go. They're not short. They're not short events. The short events are the things that happen. That are the things that can happen between the rounds. That are like randomized as to what they could be. Whether it's
That's the Mario Party.
Yeah, exactly. Whether it was that the lightning storm that fucking kept teleporting me around, or like I was being singled out by the fucking lightning storm. Some people thought that everybody gets teleported. I'm like, no, I can guarantee you, not everybody gets teleported by the lightning storm. And it was random, and it would happen to me no matter what the fuck I was doing or where I was. I was like, God damn, why? Why are you targeting me? What have I done to you, game? Which is partly why I don't. There's so much of what I just saw from that article that I feel like it's just parroting a lot of what people thought it was going to do to begin with. Like, I can't tell you just how badly I feel the need to tell people like this is not extraction game. I would also argue it's not a PvPvE game in most cases. In fact, maybe even the entire time it's not PvPvE. It's usually either one or the other. And the only case it's ever PvPvE is when there are regular mobs in ritual sites. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because there are regular mobs still that exist in ritual sites. So any of those fucked up enemies you can come across that I was coming across in the you can push them off. Any of the slightly tougher enemies I was coming across in the sewers, yeah, they'd still be there, and they could fuck you up while you're trying to do things like capture the pledge sites. When you're trying to capture objectives in the ritual sites. Those big enemies can suddenly appear. Well, they're not actually big, or they're not the great foes either, but they were like the tougher enemies. One particular one is like Wolverine werewolf coded. Really, the best comparison I was making to that in my head were the Wolverines from Fable. And those guys were just fucked up, man. Those are fucked up. You definitely need throwable items and stuff like that to like deal with them effectively. And thankfully, regular enemies, the more basic types, actually did. They did end up giving a lot of regular items to use.
Damn.
But yeah, no. The more I was reading that article, the more I was like, I can't help but just disagree completely with this thing. He still wanted to go about calling it PvPvE Battle Royale, and I'm like, are we gonna call everything that eliminates people Battle Royales? Because we think that's where it originates from? Or are you guys gonna, maybe do a little bit of your own gaming research and find that, board games back in the day have done that stuff too. Just knock people up. Fucking, you haven't played Monopoly, yo? You telling me you haven't played Monopoly? People get knocked out in Monopoly, dude. You got no money? You're out. You lose your property. Granted, there isn't anything like that where, like, you have to give. There isn't anything like, oh, I gotta give my virtue up to people because I lost. Because I got eliminated. Nothing like that. But the point still stands. Yeah, but the point still stands that like if you don't have a certain amount of a resource, aka in this case points, you're out. You're out. And you get points not from like you don't get points from Fortniting the game, You get points from engaging with the different objectives that they present to you as options. Whether it's exploration, fighting tough monsters, fighting bosses, or completing objectives within an objective within a PvP arena thing, which then culminate at the end. Which apparently it's not even necessarily that the final round will be PvP every time. There's ways you can have it set depending on your character or what you have equipped on them, that you can make it more likely that if you make it to the final round, it could be a co-op boss battle too with the other two people. So it would literally be like a 3-player Night Rain boss at the end. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked. Shocked there's only particular people, and I think this just goes to show that anybody who's saying it, they have somewhat of an idea of what people are referring to, or what people are, yeah, like what the reference point is when we're saying things like, you know, tabletop inspired, you know? Like people, I think most people sort of get it. But I think it just goes to show that there's a lot of people who play Souls games that actually have not really played that many board games. So this is, in the end, I mean, that's why I feel so. I feel like this is so interesting. So interesting in that, like, for the most part, you still have to be like skillful in a very Souls way. But also the way that they're presenting it and what they've said already, they set up like private matches and stuff, makes me think that they also view it in a board game kind of way, more so than they're letting on.
Yo, brother, I would love to just be in a private lobby, just 4 of us. Like, oh, board game night, what are we playing? Dust Bloods, baby.
And the fact that they have 3 maps, you know? They have 3 completely separate maps that is going to be in the game when it comes out. It's kind of like... wait, which one?
Level 84. Sorry, I was just kind of listening to you and forgot that we played this game.
It's kind of like I feel like having 3 different maps to pick from kind of feels like... Actually, it's kind of hard to think about what it feels like. It's not too often that a board game has 3 separate board designs in one package. I guess sometimes with expansions, board games do that. But the game is just coming with 3 of them. So I am curious how that's going. I feel like with everybody in the...
I got careless.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good, baby. We are not good.
And with everybody in the playtest, it probably helped for them to figure out exactly how the balancing is working in that level, which is why I'm just curious how the rest of them that are really there will be. Just to see how those turn out. If they're gonna feel any more or less balanced than this game that we played in the couple of days. I think there's a good chance I'll keep reading that article, not to be outraged, but to kind of like just argue against whatever the hell they're saying. It's a curious time for us. For the longest time, people were actually very concerned because of the fact that like, one of the first things they kept bringing up when it was PvPvE was extraction. You know? I'm like, after playing it, I'm like, I really don't see that much extraction influence in this, especially after having played at least a couple of extraction games at this point. It doesn't feel anything. I want to talk about sweaty, but extraction games, hella sweaty, hella rat. Yeah, a lot of ratting and weaseling in extraction. I feel like didn't always feel advantageous, no matter depending on like who you were playing as or what you were doing in Dustbloods.
Oh, what's happening? Oh yeah, baby, let's go. Damn it, it's always a train. I never am paying attention to it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? There's a no, I didn't see that.
Ah. Whew.
The oil blaster from my house when I cook.
Damn, I'm really close to leveling up again. I'm about to be 96. Let's see. Money. Fuck, how did I know? It's gonna be money. Oh hey, I got the 5-star airborne damage up and jump on. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work towards getting that equipped. That if I level that up, that's what, 6? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. This is, I think that's either that's the last one I needed to grab for airborne damage up, or I mean it probably is. But let me do that. Let me go tinker with that right now. Have it equipped. That's gonna be good. Where are you? Airborne damage up. This 8-slot 5-star becomes 6-slot 5-star. Oh, I have more than enough resources to grab that. Perfect. Now I can equip it. So now my airborne damage jumps from 35% to 60%. Plus the gadget is doing more damage. But it's you know. Not that I wonder if the game's gonna give me any more jump power ups. I have a 5-star equipped, but it's like one that is just 2 slots right now. I think it might have been 3 at first. Went down 1. Jump bomb. I have all of the parts for explosion damage up and explosion area up. I'm missing 1 for enhanced knockback. Oh no, I already have jump power up maxed. Okay, airborne damage up is all the way maxed. I'm missing the last ink resupply, which is the 5-star. Which that will be pretty good to grab. I can imagine it'll jump up again too. It might even jump up to like what, 50% maybe? Which would be kinda crazy.
That'd be pretty sick though.
Yeah. I agree. Okay. Alright. This booyarang. I'm missing 1 more delivery damage up for the booyarang. I'm missing 1 more return damage up for the booyarang. Which is funny enough, it's probably the one I would be looking for. It's the second 5-star return damage up, but it takes up more slots. Which means it's gonna do the most return damage up. And it's gonna give the biggest buff to that. I need to grab that still. I need to grab the second horizontal area up, which is not gonna be as much as the one I already have. I'm missing the 5-star vertical area up. Okay. 3-second persistent booyarang. Sounds good. Okay. This guy? What are we missing? We're missing stuff that I haven't crafted yet. Same with this guy, I know that. Oh, I haven't gotten anything new for torch screw. That's interesting.
All I've gotten were things for torch screw. It's like I don't use this.
That's funny. Okay. I've got quite a few weapons to sell. I'll just wait. I'll wait.
Floor is 66. Level 13 is what I should say.
Wait, what? Oh, 13? Wait, you said the 13th floor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the 13th floor. I'll read more of that article when we're done with this floor. Not a whole lot, but just a little more, just to see what else this person's gonna say. I feel like with most board games that have options like what's here in the just boards, you kind of end up going with a combat-heavy character. There's usually one that is, funny enough, focused on fighting monsters more than fighting other people.
Oh
But
my lord, I was in danger. I didn't even notice all the danger I was in.
you're not injured. You're doing great. Oh look. Oh look, just before we finish. I'm 96.
I don't know if I can keep doing these rooms.
Which one?
Just more rooms.
Oh. Don't worry. We'll get there soon. This is just like learning how to fish. Except it's not slop fooded.
True.
Like it's nice. Just suddenly over by that. I mean, it almost happened. Almost happened.
What? I'm just surrounded by trains.
Don't worry, they're all gone. Oh, never mind. There's one coming. Oh, there's a season to one. Who's dead? Oh, he's died. He was on his way up, then he died. Yeah, 96. Alright, what we got? Fuck.
Let's go.
Fucking weapons. Oh my god, it's just and it's a regular olive oil sculpture too. I already have the Primo one. Get out of here.
Oh, I maxed out my risk one.
Oh yeah, nice. Just got a weapon loot from that. What if I told the game I want to sell my stuff now? You think it'd still give me weapon loot afterwards? I'm at 139. Let me see. See how many of them I would actually sell. I'd actually be selling 122 weapons. That's worth doing right now. Well, sort of. That didn't even give me 80k. I got a lot of tokens. But, yeah, 80k from that? Tell you what, I need... Was it? I need 300... I need something like about 350,000 to max out my twin cans. If I can somehow get 100k more during this time, I will just max out these guys. And then be broke as hell. Let me see, what did this guy say? What did this one... This site can't be... Okay, here we go. What did this one Peter Glogowski say? What else did he say? Okay, so out of the 5 sessions, one of them got canceled. He played in 3 of the sessions. Okay, I played like... You could basically say like 3.5 realistically. I could probably get away with saying 4. Probably. Decidedly different Souls game? I mean... The funny part is that, like... Playing the game mode that they had available to us, I wasn't thinking it was a Souls game the whole time playing it. I mean, yeah, for sure, like... It's got all the workings of what you would call a Souls game, but... the pace and the design of it wasn't giving me Souls vibes. Like... You weren't trying to take your time adjusting to your environment and like you know, trying to be spatially aware in like a methodical way. You're being spatially aware, but like in a way where you're trying to find a path forward that's usually like not... It's usually not obfuscated. You only have so much time to be like looking all around you with like a 360 view, you know. In Souls games, usually you have all the time in the world to like notice things around you. In this, you don't have that time to do that. So it's usually just over time, just repetition of the same areas will eventually have you, you know, maybe finding a path that was like unintended for you to notice the first time around, but very loop-like, you know. Mixing PvPvE alongside MOBA trappings. I don't know how I feel about that terminology, MOBA trappings. I want to know what does he mean by that?
I also want to know what that means.
What does he mean by MOBA trappings? Multiplayer online battle arena, right? The funny thing is that you've already said PvPvE. MOBAs are already a type of PvPvE. So, is he saying something redundant? Or does he want to be more specific with that? Multiplayer only title. Pretty big departure from what Dark Souls or Elden Ring were, which is kind of adds credence to me saying I don't feel like it's a Souls game. Some form of story, but it progresses in a manner similar to the original Titanfall or Capcom's Exoprimal from a few years back. It's hard to say yet because there wasn't any story elements in the network test. I don't know where he got that from. And also, just sounds like it kind of sounds like this guy didn't play Night Rain. Yeah, finish multiplayer matches, unlock more lore as you play. And by that he means like when you collect things in the matches that you haven't come across yet, they get archived in a list of like item descriptions and stuff you can look at outside of matches in the lobby, and you can read that stuff. You finish multiplayer matches and unlock more lore as you play, eventually culminating in some kind of event, of which this network test didn't feature anything. I guess he's trying to describe what they're planning to be meta progression, but even they themselves have not gone into detail about what meta progression is going to look like in the game yet. And also because there wasn't any meta progression in the network test. So, again, more vagueness that hasn't even been attributed to anything they've said officially yet. Basic gameplay controls are comparable to the Souls formula that From Software has been perfecting since 2009. Again, I guess it kind of is, right? Elden Ring implemented a jump. Night Rain has the vaulting. You know, like the quick wall jump you can do into a mantling. You can mantle in Dustbloods as well, but instead they just give you 4 jumps instead of just the 1 plus a wall jump.
Yeah, because then they give you the air dash, right?
You get an air dash. You get 1 air dash per every time you're in the air. You get 1 air dash for trying to figure out how to say it.
Like armor core, but
for as long as you're in the air, you only get 1 air dash to use. You don't get to reuse your air dash once you've used it in the air.
It works like the flip in Rocket League when you fall off the ceiling.
Yeah.
You keep your flip until you use it. Once you use it, you don't get it back unless you reset it.
Yeah. Yep. Elements from titles such as Escape from Tarkov.
With the splits.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Again, still elements from titles such as Tarkov, Fortnite, Kirby Air Raiders are present. If the one thing he wants to say about Fortnite is that there's eliminations, that's I don't think it's congruent with what they're doing in this game at all. That has nothing to do with that. Players aren't eliminating each other. Players are getting eliminated from not completing objectives and gaining virtue. Like that, for the most part, you are the only person to blame for that, you know? In Fortnite, you can just get sniped from out of nowhere, from across the map, and you are eliminated. You're out of the game. So those are 2 inherently different things. Escape from Tarkov, I guess, again, he's trying to relay that PvPvE element, which it doesn't feel like it's intended to be that. It's intended to be like there are multiple phases where the focus could be PvE/exploration, and then there's another part of those phases that becomes PvP focused. And it feels like it's almost like it's not exactly split down the middle, but they give you decent enough time for both when they happen. They're dropped into a map tasked with amassing virtue to successfully complete 3 phases before scoring off in the final round. Again, before scoring off in the final round, that's the implication there is that the final round is always PvP, which is not true. They've already said that there's also PvE final rounds where you do like a Night Rain-like boss raid. Virtues acquired from completing short events.
Wait, quick question.
Yeah.
When you go to the end, there's always 3 people, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So you get it.
Interesting.
So you get it. So with 3 people, it's either a 3-way, it's either a 3-way match. I know people will use the term triple threat, but I'm also a wrestling nerd. So if you wanted to be actually technically specific about that, a triple threat means only one person would have to lose, and whoever would kill them would be the winner. But that's not how it works. It's elimination based. It's the last.
Yeah,
It's a
triple threat is only one winner.
Essentially, it's more like
one person.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like it's a. Yeah, it's more like an It's like an elimination chamber, but there's only 3 people. It's like elimination chamber, but it's the last 3 people that are still around. That's what it is. So, not really a triple threat. It's a 3-way elimination match. And when you're doing duos, like actual duos, Blood Alliance, it's a 2v2. So it's only 2 teams of 2. So at most 4 players. And my assumption is that that's the same case for if it becomes a co-op fight. My assumption is that you can also do co-op fights in duos, right? So I guess there's maybe some bosses that can be designed for 4-player co-op ? Which I'm pretty interested in because I feel like ain't no way that's ever actually happened in even in traditional Souls co-op. Like I feel like traditional Souls co-op at most lets you do 3-player co-op, right? Like even without seamless. If you're just summoning people, at most you can have 3 people total, right? For a fight.
What exactly?
Well, okay. So in like regular Souls multiplayer,
yeah, it's up to 3 total, 4 of you, depending on the game.
well, which game?
Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3.
Well, like what do you mean 4-player? You mean like an invader?
You have to sacrifice your invasion reset at the cost of having 1 more summon to help you, and also at the cost of 2 invaders to invade you, rather than just 1.
So it's like a
3 summons.
So it's a technicality to have more people in a boss fight.
Yeah, so it's like you can have 4 people with you. So like,
But-
well, sorry, you get 3 people.
Yeah. Like in a normal co-op-y way where like
And then, yeah, it's just like
where people show up specifically to help you. It's 3 people max. But on a technicality, you can have more than 3.
Yeah, Dark Souls 3 specifically is funny because you can also summon a purple phantom, and purple phantoms can hit the enemies in the world.
Okay, so yeah, so like off of technicality, you can have more. Yeah.
I love them because it was always like, ooh, purple phantom, I'm gonna summon you. I know this might go bad, but let's see what happens.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
just be like, oh shit, he helped me through the whole level. It's like, alright, here you go, you can kill me for helping me to get to this place.
Okay. Yeah. So then it's sounding like with Dustbloods, it's not a technicality. There could actually be last round co-op fights that you have in duos, where like instead of 2v2, it's 4 players against a boss event, a boss raid. if it's gonna work the way that all the other events are gonna work. And that is not off of a technicality. That's just legit 4 players co-oping a boss. Which I think I've already seen that in the normal match with trespassers. I've seen like a lot of people show up for a boss. Completing short events, which I would call objectives more, like collecting skulls. It's more like you light the skulls of like corpses, not collect skulls. Killing enemies. You can't just say killing enemies too. You gotta say killing specific enemies.
Yeah, what you read to is I don't think probably
Collecting the most items, finishing limited events, or defeating boss enemies. Yeah. Again, they're like trying to not. Yeah, they're not being too. I feel like they're not being too descriptive because I think this guy never really got the full grasp of the game, and like, getting the feeling he may have skipped tutorials. But well, I'm gonna keep reading. As you'd expect, you level up in rounds. Huh? What was it?
What if he only played one run?
No, he said that he participated in 3 of the 5 sessions, so it's probably why he can describe it in this way, but like he's not being in depth about it. But also, I mean, I don't know any writers on Nintendo Wire. Like I feel like I only know this website just from name, like in passing. They pop up as a name that shows up for either reviews or like previews. But I never look into this stuff. It just popped up because fucking, algorithm showed it to me. I'm like, alright, let's see what this guy said. You level up during rounds to increase your power in a heightened version of past Souls games, with your levels increasing stats as a whole and XP required being much lower. Yes. But I feel like what's most important is the way the stats are presented. I feel like across the board, stats tended to be within the same area as one another, like between each character. And in the network test, they only showed as icons, and there wasn't really a way to look more in depth to find out what each of those icons for each of the stats meant. You just saw icons like a heart, or a bicep, or like a green slash thing, or like a blood stain, or it would be like small icons next to a stat number. And you can never really like look directly to see what those numbers were signifying, like what the symbols represented and what the numbers were telling you. But across the board, like it would show, I feel like regularly when I would look at those stats at the end of a match, it would always show numbers very similar between each characters, like ranging from 11 all the way up to like 17 or 18. It never really told me much, but it was very obvious that like characters were getting different health growth values, and characters were also getting different damage values as well. And depending on whether you were doing your melee or ranged attack, you would have different damage values as well as you leveled up. So with Layla, grabbing levels, like, it would buff up your katars, but more often than not, you would notice a big difference with your sniper rifle, how much damage you're doing as you leveled up.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
And then the same thing with like Blood Hand Jan, Bloodborne Man. Like you start out, and it might take you like a decent amount of strikes with the axe to even take down some like regular enemies. But by the end, you're like 1 or 2 shotting a lot of those guys with the amount of levels you've gotten. And so yeah, he wants to be up in your face the whole time. He wants to be up in your face, and he wants to try to catch you trying to like dodge away from him with his flamethrower range attack, which is barely a ranged attack, but still, it's like having the flamethrower weapon in Armored Core 6. Very particular with the kind of character he needs to be. Yeah. XP required being much lower, I mean, I feel like that is, that's up for interpretation, right? At least to me, it feels up to interpretation. I feel like what they did, Andy, was they saw the values that it would take normally for people to go from level 1 to 20 in most other Souls games, because 20 was the max level in Dustbloods. They saw the amount of like runes or souls it would take normally between each of those games, and then they kind of like they normalized the values so that they didn't feel as inflated. But at the same time, because level 20 is max, it still needs to feel like you're working a lot towards that goal of reaching max level. Which, funny enough, I think I only hit max level in a match like maybe once or twice. Every other time I was coming into either the last round or getting eliminated like at level 17 or 18.
I don't even know how that would work.
Yeah. This guy says, in essence, the Dustbloods is like microdosing on Dark Souls PvP in self-contained matches which feel frantic due to the limited timer. It's pretty much impossible to see every inch of a map during a single match, though you'll become more familiar with the layouts as you play more rounds. You know? I think you're not supposed to see every single thing on the map every match. But you definitely can explore each of the areas in a match. You definitely can. I mean, case in point, like, they have fast travel points you can go to at any given time, so long as you hadn't fast traveled recently and you're not in combat. It was very lenient. It was very, very lenient. Like, it waited either until you were getting directly hit for them to disable fast travel, or like, you know, if you had used it recently, then like it would immediately lock you out of being able to fast travel again right away. You had to wait, like, it felt like you had to wait maybe at most like a minute to do it again, but probably less. Still, it felt like when you fast traveled, like you had to at least somewhat commit to being in the area you were in after you fast traveled. Point is to say, I guarantee I think you can totally travel through each of the areas on a single map within one match. But it's not necessarily you get to do everything on the map in a match, and it's designed that way because it's just like a fucking board game that is a cooperative competitive board game where they give the players more than enough things on a map to do stuff, right? And it's not up to one player to do everything. There's so much stuff that like everyone else is taking a slice of the pie. And the interesting part about this game is that it's a fucking video game, and it's an action game. So in other words, it's all in real time. And in real time, if it was just like a board game in real time, like the match would just go on forever until everything was done on the map. So to make it make sense, to have it not feel like it's getting dragged down by how long you take in a match, they put a time limit on it. There's a timer on these matches. So now the pace becomes the pace becomes very similar to what, in my head, like feels very similar to Night Rain. And that's probably the other similarity I can come to the conclusion with between this game and Night Rain. Aside from like co-op raid bosses, it's also the time limit and the pacing of a match. Microdosing on Dark Souls PvP. I guess.
I mean, from what I've seen from the B-roll, hell nah. It's just Armored Core RPG.
It's probably closer to that, really. Realistically, it's probably closer to that. It's like, and probably more specifically, it's probably more like Elden Ring and Armored Core. And I think that is especially true with the really tough enemies, whether they're great foes or the trespasser bosses. And I mean that in a way like getting punished twice in a boss fight could probably get you killed. So the pace of bosses, because of your maneuverability, I would say that it is actually closer to the way people used to describe Dark Souls fights, as like an elegant dance between the player and the boss. But it's like very ferocious, like Elden Ring, where getting hit by a boss really feels like you're getting hit by a boss. Difference being is that it feels like you can't really get nearly as busted as you can in Elden Ring. Like where bosses can two-shot you, but you can two-shot bosses as well. It's not really like that. But I think but even more so the maneuverability in this game helps it feel more like you can be very finesse. You can like be very finesse like.
You too can be Suni Legend.
You can do a lot with that. Yeah. But also bosses will do a lot of damage to you, no matter which character you are. But certain characters level up their health way more than others. Like my poor Trang lady, like she is very low health. She's quite low health compared to somebody like a Zork or even John Dustblood. John Dustblood had pretty decent health scaling for as basic of a character he is. That is to say, he's probably, to make more comparisons, he is the Wilder in the game, but I'd say not nearly as much of a overtuned all-arounder kind of guy. He's definitely tuned. He's tuned to fit in with the other characters in Dustblood, but he has good health scaling. That timer is what gives Dustbloods its edge. Otherwise, it would be a meandering experience where players aren't incentivized to do much of anything. Or rather, the game would have to be designed different. the game would be designed more like, without the timer, the game would be designed more like, we're gonna wait until everybody completes everything on the map. Once everything is completed on the map, then we will move on. You know, which
Yeah,
which just doesn't make sense. Like that, games that do that, games that ask you to do that, are usually games that end up having a timer anyway. Like when they want you to complete everything. Those games like that exist where you have to complete everything. Case in point, the Stardew Valley board game. you literally have to practically do everything in that game that you're asked to do within a particular round that you're playing to win. But you do it under a time limit, which is a turn limit.
yeah, it's not like an actual time. It's just turns.
Yeah, exactly. He's aware this is the first beta of sorts, missing quite a few features. Sure. Most of my complaints are related to the gameplay loop and the general performance. Okay, I can agree with the performance. Not just performance, but the input delay. Input delay, and then the thing that I told you about, the lock-on stuff. It just felt inconsistent. Both things, because the frame rate was like not smooth. It was not smooth, and it would fluctuate like crazy. It would go back and forth between like very smooth for a bit, and then suddenly we're dropping, and it starts to feel kind of chunky. Which I do think they're gonna end up. I feel like they're gonna end up sorting that out, because the footage that they've given out to people in B-roll is like, that's full 60, which is why I was so confused when Ouroboros was saying that it was running between 40 to 50. I was like, what? That does not look like 40 to 50. It looks like 60 right there in your video. You know? I think they have it ironed out already, if I had to guess. But the gameplay loop, I'm curious what he'll say.
That's what a shot vibe that this music is doing for what you're reading.
Yeah. But do know I'll point out the limited character roster and lack of different weapons for the moment. I think it's important to emphasize how the lack of current options may have painted my impressions negatively, rather than assume From Software is going to answer my issues. Well, I mean, but the thing is that for each of the 6 characters, each of them have different melee and range weapons from one another, at least. That's what I'd say.
Already different from each other.
And we're not, and it's not like we're swapping each other's weapons. I mean, there's a good chance that, like, with character builds, like, maybe Trang Lan can get a different type of weapon that would be related to her playstyle, you know? Like, maybe she gets the thing that introduced in Shadow of the Erdtree, the throwing knife stuff. Maybe she gets something similar to that, you know?
Or backhand blades?
Backhand blades, right? And then maybe Bloodhand Jan, instead of using a flamethrower, he gets I don't know. He wouldn't get Glintstone Pebble, mostly because the Senator has something pretty close enough to that, but it was a soul bird that he got from a ring. Like that move of his is close enough to Glintstone Pebble, and it's pretty effective like one too. But I can see that being the case, where like the different weapons can be just still only be attached to each particular character, you know? But I mean, we still have to wait and see how that works out. I will say, funny enough, so you know how they've already said how like each character has a shield?
Yeah.
Well, funny enough, while each character has a shield, so like everybody gets a shield, the shields actually do differentiate from one another depending on who you're using. So like 3 characters, Albert, Bloodhand Jan, and the Senator, they all have blood shields. And from what I've seen in the game, blood shields are like the most basic type of shield. They do like, you know, across the board the same type of defenses, no matter what type of damage, right? So they're kind of like an all-arounder, but nothing too special, they don't specialize in anything.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. Tranglan actually has a moon shield, and it is different in that moon shields, actually they resist more magic, but they're more weak to fire. Sniper Layla had a Nebra shield that was more resistant to blood and poison, but was also weak to fire. And Zork's shield, it was a deep sea shield. It was strong against fire, but it was weak to lightning. So
Yeah, let's go.
while everybody has a shield that everybody uses, and it's all the same button and everything, each person's shields functions the same exact way, with, you know, perfect blocking. Well, actually, I'm gonna be real. I never actually saw much perfect blocking, but there's blocking, guard counters, that stuff. Everybody can do the same thing as each other. It's just different shields actually have different strengths and weaknesses. And I think
the standard.
Right.
But you get punished harder.
Yeah. I think it's important to emphasize how the lack of current options may affect my. Let's see. He's not the biggest fan of these types of multiplayer games. He grew up in an era where a game like Unreal Tournament was the new hotness. It included 6 modes out of the box instead of focusing on a single game type and claiming it was an entire experience. Now, this is actually interesting. This is interesting because this was something that I was thinking about bringing it up too as a video idea for talking about the network test. The survey that they sent out to people, or the survey that they sent out in general, they didn't send it to people. They just posted it up on the site, and anybody could have filled out that survey. Funny enough, like even if you didn't play in it, they said you can fill it out too. The way that they worded it. They worded it as if like the particular type of match we were playing was called a dusk battle. And by that I mean they worded it in the survey in such a way that it got me thinking that maybe this is only one type of game mode that actually exists in the full game, and that there could very well be other modes that you can play besides just this one in the game. What did they describe it as such? They said like your experience, rate your experience with the game mode Dusk Battles, and that in itself is just the 30-minute matches that I was playing. So that gave me the impression that, like, oh, this is either soft hinting that there are other game modes in this game that they're not talking about, that they're kind of keeping to their chest right now, or it's just weird translation phrasing that made me think that it was one thing, but actually it's just this mode, and we're just asking you about this mode because this is the one that's in the game. So there is that. So Okay, this is interesting. After that statement, he says, "I've always taken offense at battle royale being considered a genre because it's mainly a game type in a shooter. It took until the release of Tetris 99 for me to even consider battle royale as being more than just a spin-off of shooters. But I still think it makes more sense as an addition to the suite of modes in, say, Call of Duty, rather than as a standalone game. Although Call of Duty also offers its standalone." I feel like that's kind of ignorant. That's kind of ignorant. And he says he's older, which yeah, I guess so. And of course, it's pretty ironic that he talks about his age, and then he says the game that convinced him that battle royale is more than just for shooters is with Tetris 99. I'm like, yeah, you fucking boomer. Yeah, no shit, you boomer. I always thought of battle royale as like elimination based, but like all teetering on like the aspect of it being PvP. Like I feel like that's what battle royale hinges on, is PvP interactions. That's how you get to a winner, a singular winner. And the eliminations happen from specifically like only from PvP. In Dustbloods, you're not eliminating other players. You are avoiding yourself getting eliminated by not having enough points, which come from many different things, not just from a PvP interaction where somebody killed you. You're not out of the game when that happens. You have infinite respawn. You have infinite respawns, even when the ritual sites show up. In that way, ritual sites, that had me thinking too, actually, funny enough. Because of the way ritual sites worked, I was wondering if, since I thought dust battles were being worded in a way that they're like, it's a particular game mode, I was wondering if maybe like another game mode that could exist in the full game is one that is just all about fighting in a or different rounds of ritual sites, which I think that'd be a cool mode, because then that one is actually just full on a PvP mode that is different from every other PvP that has existed in other Souls games.
Capture the flag.
Like objective based PvP, Souls PvP. Like that's, and the way that it worked in ritual sites is, I mean, sure, was it infuriating for me? Yeah, no shit, because I get third partied all the time. But it was fun when I could like try to employ a strategy and it worked out, And then like at the end of the round, a guy is about to kill me, and then he gets cold, so he gets eliminated, and so I can just I can just dance on his shit, Just like, eat shit, bitch. I made it out. You lost.
GG's. Where's my email so I can work on them?
Anyway, all of that just to say, yeah, I still don't see. I'm not convinced that I could consider Dustbloods inspired by battle royale, or even is a battle royale. I don't see it as that. I still don't. There's just too many things at play that make it stand out from being a strictly battle royale experience. Because we're not talking about PvP engagements that happen throughout a match, and the map doesn't shrink either. Since he wants to bring up battle royale shooters, like the map doesn't shrink ever. The map is still the map. It's always the same map. And if anything, between different phases, the events, they get shuffled around on the map. So like, if you're fighting a boss in the last round, that boss is not there anymore in the next round. That shit's getting shuffled. Like, things get reset after every phase. So,
oh, shit, he's moved over to Cancun now.
But yeah, but even then, it's not the same boss. It's not the same boss that you fought. Like, if it so happened to be the same guy, they're just reset. They're back at full health and everything. So, there is not, the only thing that carries over between rounds is your level, your kin's level, and the amount of virtue you have, and whatever stuff you picked up, like items. So yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced on him bringing up Escape from Tarkov, and I'm not convinced on him considering it a battle royale. I'm still considering it a tabletop co-op competitive game. I'm still considering it. Honestly, it's you know, I fucking, this game is kind of a little closer to Munchkin than fucking Escape from Tarkov, dude. The fuck? This game's closer to Munchkin, but in that, you can't screw people over while they're fighting a boss. That's the other thing. Like, if you're outside of a general boss area and you're seeing somebody fight them, you can't hit them from outside. Funny enough. It'll essentially phase any attacks or range stuff that you try to throw in there while they're fighting a boss. You can't engage. It's essentially like a dome. It's an invisible dome, but it's a dome there. The only way you can engage with it, interact with it, is if you enter it and then you join in the co-op boss battle. And then just that in itself, like, how is that? How are you gonna describe that as anything like Tarkov, Fortnite, anything like that? How are you gonna do that? You can't. It made no sense that he brought that up. It made no sense. But in terms of games that want to sell themselves as just a standalone like battle royale thing, I mean, he already described it. Tetris 99, F-Zero 99 is literally just OG F-Zero, like all the races, all the tracks from F-Zero, but it's all strictly PvP, but it's against 99 other racers. That's still real talk. Real talk. If we could get on F-Zero 99, I would prefer that over just about any other racing game at this point. So let's see. How does he end this paragraph? With that in mind, I feel like the Dustbloods is more an elaborate expansion of Souls PvP rather than a full game in its own right. So he says that, but like literally just before he said it was like micro-dosing Dark Souls PvP too, so. He's definitely, I wouldn't say flip-flopping, but he's kind of like saying two different things at the same time that I feel like that don't necessarily equate to both of them being true. I don't think so. Let's see. Having said that, it's not like From Software lazily rehashed what came before and called it a day, because I don't think they've ever done that. The only thing that's ever happened is random people on the internet complaining about asset reuse, but that just means that they don't play the games to begin with. As in, like, if that's what they primarily complain about, then it's just like, then you're just looking at pictures. You're not playing the game. You're just looking at pictures of people making comparisons. That's all you're doing. That's the way I see it. If it's like a small knock that you give to FromSoft, then I accept that, because it's like, yeah, you would wish that everything could be from scratch new again. That way you can always have something new with every game, but it doesn't ruin the fucking game. It doesn't change the way the game flows or how it's paced or designed when you're using the same stuff over and over again. And it's not even like everything gets reused, you know. If they're always making new stuff, By streamlining the experience and focusing specifically on multiplayer interaction, Dustbloods feels distinctly different from last year's Elden Ring Night Rain. It's not a simple swap from one setting to another, or even a cheap copy of Battle Royale games, but a fusion of casual competitive titles similar to what Nintendo used to produce more often. The comparison to Kirby Air Riders above wasn't a mistake, because you could call the Dustbloods a darker version of City Trial. I mean, I was thinking about that, too. I had thought about this. And I think... just calling it a darker version of City Trial kind of unintentionally undoes a lot of the way Dustbloods is designed, especially if you're going to compare it to City Trial. Like, so much of City Trial amounts to collecting power-ups in the hope that the game, the whatever game that you play at the very end of the match will align with the way that you built up your car. And that's not what Dustbloods is, you know? Like, at the end of the day, all the characters level up at the same... I think they all level up at the same rate as one another. They get access to their second abilities at different levels from one another. I can say that. Like the big snake lady summon, she doesn't get that until like level 12? But the Senator, he gets access to his Saurian form at like level 6, or 5 or 6 or something like that. So he gets both of his abilities pretty early, whereas Trang has to like level up a considerable more amount to even gain access to her, essentially one of her main, like basically her main ability. That ability is so fucking good, and it's really hard to kind of like see how it's going to be used. Apparently, you know, according to Ouroboros, there's like ways to like direct the aim of the snake, which I did not figure out how to do that yet. But it is, it's a very flexible and powerful ability, along with her invis, which she gets her invis right at the very start of the match, which is pretty fucking good. I would just, it's a less, you know, City Trial is really messy, but it revels in how messy it is, you know? Sometimes you just move so fast in City Trial, you don't know where the fuck you are. And, like, you're just kind of letting Jesus take the wheel at some point. At some point in time, you're just going, fuck it. Just take me wherever you're gonna take me. And maybe every once in a while, I'll try to hold A to stop myself from moving forward in the hopes that maybe I can get a turn somewhere if I see something off the corner of my eye. But besides that, like, at some point, things will just get too hectic and too chaotic. And City Trial, for all it's worth, it is primarily like a party game mode. It's a party mode, but it's the one that I feel like people find to take most competitively. But it's just because it's just a really fun. It's like the most fun mode in Kirby Air Riders. Dust battles can get party game-ish, can get party game-like. Like I mentioned, the lightning storm that can teleport you to random places on the map. Like, that shit is party. That game is party game. That shit is party game coded as hell. When that happened to me the first time, and it happened to me while I was in the middle of a co-op boss fight, I was annoyed at first, but then after I got teleported got killed by the other player who also teleported, and then ran off to try and do something else, and then I got selected to be teleported again. I thought it was fucking hilarious. And that was when I realized, like, okay, the events in the game is what'll make this game be what I feel to be divisive for anybody who is coming into this as a traditional, I'll say, traditional Souls PvPer. Would it be a stretch to say that, like, technically speaking, Souls PvP is all either invasion based, or it's like a code of honor in a Fight Club-esque scenario, and not really designed to be engaged with in most other ways? Would it be fair to say that? Like, there's never been any real objective-based gameplay in Souls PvP, right? Like before Dustbloods. I just say that because I don't have as much experience in classic Souls PvP. Even going so far as to just avoid it when we do seamless co-op. That one time we got invaded in Dark Souls 1, I was like, that's enough for me. That's enough for me. I will say the network test has now opened me up to maybe thinking about it if people were even going to engage with it for Dark Souls 2 when we do seamless there. I don't know how that worked back then. I don't know how it would work now.
Remember, Richard, the one game I want you to do Law Invaders is Dark Souls 2.
I
mean, they can invade you anyways.
Yeah, I think whether or not that was the case, I was thinking at this point, like after Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, I was already thinking, like, I have to try to get through a full game of these with that. Like, at least one of these, I have to do it with this thing in mind. Or activated.
Kind of. With Elden Ring?
A bit. Yeah, a bit. It primarily happened when it was us three, you, me, and Jen, that it would happen.
Yeah, most of the time it was us pretty trolling.
Yeah, it was us trolling the guy who tried invading us. Yeah, and also, I mean, come on, fucking, how am I gonna possibly engage in the PvP of those older games when, like, some of the most busted items in existence, you know, are just passed along, you know, within invasions, and then there's me just using whatever I thought I liked, and, like, not really thinking whether or not it was going to be the most busted thing for the game or for PvP, and then you just get bombarded with all the busted stuff, you know?
Little meta PvP.
Yeah, there's something about that kind of thing. There's something about that kind of thing that I only tend to tolerate if it's like, if either it's like fighting game focused or if it's like a MOBA, like a metafied thing, like a meta build sort of deal for PvP. Like, even in card games, that type of stuff kind of is infuriating for me. But in MOBAs and fighting games, there's more than enough player skill at play in those that you can counteract that stuff if either the player is bad enough or if you're good enough, which I appreciate. there's more of that, and less like exploiting PvP jank that would exist in older Souls games, you know? Since the entire point of matches is to grow stronger for a final PvP showdown, it has that type of manic energy that draws people to Air Riders. I mean, the last round in Air Riders doesn't have to be directly PvP. Like some of the game modes that happen at the end of City Trial is literally just like flying contests, like hit the bullseye, or grab as many points in this stage, or reach the end of the race faster than everyone else. Like it'd be stuff like that. And that's not really like direct PvP, where like you're eliminating people by killing them, you're fighting them. So I mean, I don't think that draws a good comparison. But what I will say is that, I mean, either way, the three-way battles are chaotic. They are very chaotic. I think that has to be the only reason why that I've been able to win some of my matches in the network test. Because if there's one thing that I do revel in the chaos of things that can happen at any given moment. And that lightens my load a bit, lightens my burden in a PvP setting like this. With the chaos that can happen. Like, I'm cool with that. And from that, I can sometimes just grab some cheap wins here and there. There are also times I did 1v1s against other players in that last round, and I actually did legitimately beat them. But that's what I like. There was already a video I saw. Well, I didn't watch the video. I saw the title of a video of a person talking about how the Dustbloods will not be competitively viable, and all I could say is, ¿qué te importa? You know, like it sounds like you weren't interested in wanting to do it in the first place. If it sounds like you don't want it to be competitively viable. That's what it sounds like when you put it that way. And it's not up to a single person to decide whether a game is competitively viable or not. It's all based around the people that play the game, and if they want to play it in that way. If they like the game enough, they will do just that. And it sounds like the person that made that video, they already decided they didn't want to do that from their time playing the network test. And to that I say, just go and play your other Souls games, dude. You got fucking... How many Soul games with PvP are there? 5?
I think every single game except for
Sekiro.
That's not Souls game though. Yeah, every single game has PvP.
Yeah. So that'd be
probably Kickfield. And
right.
Sekiro, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Demon Souls has it. All 3 Souls. All 3 Dark Souls. Bloodborne. The Bloodborne was peak.
Yeah. And then Elden Ring, yeah. So that's actually 6 games. You have 6 games to choose from. If you're thinking that you're not gonna like the competitive nature of if you're gonna think that Dustbloods is not competitively viable, like that's just your say. And if you're the only person that were to dictate that, we would all be fucked in the ass. So go fuck yourself. Like that's why I say, ¿Y qué te importa? You know, like so what? So what would you, who cares what you fucking think about an aspect of the game that's not decided by just one person? It's decided by a community. But anyway, this guy, he says, I'm not exactly a fan of how unfocused Air Riders can feel, not to mention its lack of content fails to grab my attention, but I understand why players like the sometimes random elements and turbo-juiced progression system. You almost get an entire campaign experience in 30 to 40 minutes, which lets you revel in how overpowered builds can become without needing to suffer through lackluster pacing or low points. Was he wait, did he switch back to talking about Dustbloods there? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Dustbloods doesn't feature a single bit of wasted time or space. That I can agree with. It remains consistently rewarding without demanding too much from the player. You know, I'd say yes. At first. At first. Though the last time, I mean, you heard me, the last time I was doing the playtest, I was just testing to see what it would look like if I only did PvE type stuff. And I think I got to the final round only once, and I felt like every subsequent match afterwards I did progressively worse, strictly doing PvE. Now my primary issue, apart from not quite gelling with this type of game, is that the Dustblood seemingly has no depth. Since every match concludes in PvP and side objectives are pretty much the same in each match, I don't feel there is a lot to call me back beyond this closed network test. The introduction of co-op boss fights for the final phase would help, of which we know that is coming, but I'd also like to see more customization for characters. Again, we know this is coming now. I think set classes is a neat idea, but with only a single weapon and a specific set of skills available, it winds up robbing the Dustbloods of the best elements of Souls games. Buildcraft. You know, I feel like you wasted a whole paragraph on that. You wasted a whole paragraph. You even called yourself out saying, yeah, this stuff's not here. Yeah, this stuff's not here. Like you acknowledged that this stuff is purposely not in the network test because it was a very limited set of stuff that they put into the test specifically for testing the network. Like, you specifically call out that, like, yeah, they confirmed there's more characters. Yeah, they confirmed there's customization on the characters. I wonder if he ever noticed that, like, they also said that there's, like, going to be more maps. I wonder if he ever noticed that. If he noticed that, like, there's actually different ways that they have already confirmed that you can play the game too. I don't know if you heard about this, Andy. IGN has a written preview. I don't know if you heard. Did you hear Miyazaki addressing the concern for, like, traditional PvP invaders?
No.
So apparently, in the full game, I guess as a way to compensate for the fact that, like, the game is not entirely designed around those types of PvP interactions, he did say that in the full game, there is a method in which players can interact with the game in an invader-like fashion, where you can essentially invade other matches as sort of like a hidden ninth player.
I'm interested. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
And now sounds pretty fucking sick, dude.
And now the thought to me is like, but can you do that with duos? Can we do that in duos though?
A fifth extra team. Nobody knows about that team.
Right? And so, like, there's just so many things that were just not in the network test. And it was the same, you know, and the same thing applied with the Night Rain network test, which now I'm getting the impression this guy didn't even do that. Again, he's writing for Nintendo Wire, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he never did the network test for Night Rain. Night Rain was the same thing. Like, they only gave us, what? Like, 4 characters? I think they gave us only like 3 or 4 characters to play as, and you can only fight Tricephalos. And then the full game is out, and there's like 8 bosses. and 8 characters. Or yeah, 8 bosses and 8 characters. Like what? You know? And also different map events. Granted, technically like the same core map, but I would argue more than enough variety from the what are they called? Shifting Earth events? More than enough variety from Shifting Earth events that like actually did change up the map layout quite a bit depending on what it was. So I'm getting the feeling, yeah, you were very hasty writing this paragraph to try to be critical of a game that's like not even a full game yet. It was just a network test of a game that's doesn't even have a fucking release date confirmed for it. They only keep trying to assure people that yeah, it's coming in 2026, it's still coming this year. I can go either way, honestly. Whether it came out this year or next year, I'm fine with either or personally. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, the whole point is that this whole paragraph, you wasted this paragraph, my guy. I don't know, it's wasted. It's wasted on trying to be nitpicky on a network test for a game that isn't fully out yet. That they already explained earlier before the network test that this was going to be a limited set of features in compared to the final product. That's probably the worst thing I've read from the article so far, or I guess from this guy's op-ed, from your op-ed, Mr. Peter Glagowski. So far, that's the worst thing I've read so far from your op-ed. It's like, dude, you wasted a paragraph on that. Why'd you bother saying all of that when, like, you, in the same breath, you acknowledge that, like, this stuff is gonna come, and then you go, it's limited. But they said there's more, but it's limited. Like, this is a non-factor at this point. Now I feel like now you run a higher chance of looking like an idiot when the game comes out and there's like potentially like fucking 14 characters and like each character has like 5 different weapon types that can switch. Like if that were to happen, I would go back to this article and be like, this guy was just a real idiot, you know? And I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. I'm gonna hope that at some point he can edit this and just be like, never mind. I was dumb at first. Okay, let's see. I don't think the Dustbloods will be able to avoid the problem most multiplayer games have, which is that there isn't much incentive to change weapons if you find a build that works, but even allowing for players to tweak what their characters start with or carry would go a long way. Again, he's harping on the same exact point he made in the previous paragraph. I also think the boss fights need some tweaking, as during the first phase they seem a bit overpowered for where your character can realistically be at. Yeah, I did notice that. I noticed that anytime I would fight a boss in the first phase, yeah, they can totally kick your shit in. But I think it's intended in that way. It's intended to be like that, where like to go for a boss in the first phase, it's definitely high risk, high reward. Like without a doubt, it is high risk, high reward, and people can. And the upside is that people can join in on that prospect, you know? At any given point while you're fighting that boss in that first phase, people can decide if they want to join in and run that same risk you're running. And that's really cool. I actually I'm perfectly fine with the bosses being the way they are in the first phase. What I'm not okay with, though, I'm not okay with how the great foes are. I swear to you, Andy, some great foes are just that much more menacing than some of the actual trespassers. Some of them are fucked up. Some of them are fucked up. I kid you not. There is there's a great foe that can be summoned. Funny enough, uh, they're called they're spelled Nikke. So I was like, Nikke? I'm fighting a Nikke? And then it turns out one of the variants they use scythes, and that scythe variant is using the attack animation of Cell 240. And it's the one attack animation where they go into the air and they do one horizontal slash beam into another horizontal slash beam. And in this game, they just do a regular vertical slash beam instead of the X. So they literally ripped that from Cell 240's boss fight and put it on just a great foe in the game. So not even a trespasser. Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, what the fuck are you thinking, Miyazaki? You're a fucking psycho. I am not fighting this thing. And then, of course, I found out that, like, if you have, like, 5 fire flasks, then yeah, you can kill these things. But still, like, then that just becomes, like, that becomes a lot of resource accruement by killing basic enemies first. And hoping that they drop enough of them that you can just, like, you know, abuse it. Otherwise, you're stuck with, like, a really fucked up non-boss fight boss fight. They're not even a mini-boss, you know? Like, I'd say a mini-boss is, like, a regular trespasser, and then, like, a boss is the superior trespasser. And then there was also, I mean, pretty much all the forms of the Nikkes I was not content with. They were all very fucked up. There's the one with there's the one that has there's the wheel variant that basically dual wields essentially the pizza cutter, but like in a fucked up like Dante from Devil May Cry 5 way. Like him using the motorcycles, like it basically looked like that, and I'm like, this is fucked up. You're not even a boss, dude. What the hell? I'd say certain types of great foes are like, I'm like, you gotta settle this issue, dude. They're not, also like, you know, repelling them is not even worth as much as just going for a regular boss, you know? And they're just as, if not more, fucked up. Either way, trespassers are fine the way they are. Personally, I find them to be very fun to fight. The ones that they currently had in the network test, the cavalry lady, or I guess the horsewoman, the frog, and then there was I think I talked about it. He's like a ghoulified vampire guy. Like, think of, like, all the times in other media where they depict older vampires as, like, these guys that are, like, feral, and they have, like, giant claws, you know? And they can do crazy shit, like send out, like, blood energy orbs that explode, and they can create copies of themselves. They're, like, you know, I think that's what it's supposed to be. They're called vampires, too, anyway, so... I think vampire is supposed to mean they're like an elder vampire. Like that. Just think of that. He was one of the trespassers. He's also kind of crazy. He's crazy, but I feel like he fits in being a trespasser. And his design is really fucking cool. I really like this design. Just the, you know, the whole older, ghoulified vampire with big claws. Like, yeah, I can get down with this. I like it. Horsewoman, cavalry lady, also really cool. I like how they just expanded on the knight cavalry idea. But just like, what if knight cavalry, but also like a bloodborne boss too? All right, let's see. What else does he say?
It's fucking insane.
Yeah, man. When you finally get to have a look at the game, I have a feeling it's gonna be one of those rare times, maybe the first time ever, where I feel like they might get a Nintendo Direct setup for the game. I can't help but have that feeling, even though it hasn't happened yet. I think I've kept mentioning it too before, right? That like I have a feeling they're gonna do a Direct for this game, and they still haven't done it yet. Instead, they did Fire Emblem first, which fair enough. That game's gonna be fucking big too. That game's gonna be crazy good. But I still think they're gonna do it for Duskblade. They may as well just announce Duskblade's Direct tomorrow during Gamescom, right? Like I'm not crazy in thinking that that's a possibility. That'd be fun. You'd finally be able to get a look at the game, like for realsies, not just the B-roll that they've been sending people. Let's see. What else does he say? Maybe finding new weapons in the final game will help with that, but balance issues were a primary part of focus for this network test, so I wanted to throw that in. That's the one fair thing. So I guess I am in slight contention with his opinion, but I'm also of the mind that like yeah, they did say they were testing network stability and game balance and the multiplayer aspect. Like they were testing all that stuff as well. So I mean yeah, fair enough. Like if he thought that, then sure. I can see your point of view, at least somewhat. But for me, like, I was perfectly fine with, in the first phase, you can't necessarily fight bosses in a confident or safe manner. Like it was always a high risk you were running with that. Unless of course you somehow found a way to like power level to a point where like the regular trespasses weren't too much of an issue. Unless you did that, otherwise, they were pretty tough in the first phase. They were more often second and third phase stuff I would do, whether by myself or I would join other people. The general enemies are fine as they are, but maybe a clearer indication of how many kills you've amassed next to other players would help when gunning for kill-related virtue rewards. I agree. That wasn't there in the game. You couldn't keep track of specific numbers for the commendation virtues, which were commendation virtues are the how many enemies you've killed overall and how many items you've collected. They do need they should have a way for you to check that number consistently, Okay, what is this? As far as different modes go, I would honestly love to see a co-op focused boss rush, or even an option to team up with friends against AI opponents. Do you see why? What the hell did you just invite me to play? I didn't even see it. What?
I'm gonna be gambling.
Oh, you gotta be. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm just in this room by myself.
Dude, I realized like, oh my god, this game is actually burning out my eyes. That's why I feel so tired.
Oh, fair enough. It hasn't done that to me yet. Funny enough. Well, I guess while it hasn't really done that to me yet, I have definitely at some point in time, like when I stay on it for long enough or at a certain time at night, I do find myself about to doze off sometimes. But I end up waking up right away because then like a bunch of shit starts happening on the screen. I'm like, oh fuck! Okay, but can you pinpoint where I'm pausing on this guy's statement? As far as different modes go, I would honestly love to see a co-op focused boss rush, or even an option to team up with friends against AI opponents.
Do we have a game for that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do. We definitely do. And also another thing, AI opponent stuff. I feel like that's totally possible with private matches, right? I'm not crazy in thinking that, right? Like I can totally picture a world where you could just populate a private match with missing slots for AI enemies, right? And that's me saying this with the knowledge that some of the tutorials literally feature AI controlled versions of the characters. So, yeah, and they've already had AI controlled players before. What the fuck am I saying? AI controlled avatars. Yeah, they've always done that. What the hell am I talking about? I mean, that's totally possible, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like if I had to guess, because they haven't confirmed it, I would say that's for sure gonna be there. They've made that tech a long ass time ago. We do know that a last boss phase will be included in the final game, but an option to queue up with friends for team games would be nice. An option to queue up with friends for team games would be nice. They confirmed that too. Taking it further, allowing friends to party up in groups of 2 or 3 against AI would ease lower skilled players into the general multiplayer mode by allowing them a means of overcoming a set challenge, rather than the inherent randomness that human competition can have. I'm trying to figure out what's he saying here. Hold on. An option to queue up with friends for team games would be nice. They confirmed that there are duos where you can invite a friend into a blood alliance and to queue up for a match together. They did confirm that. And aka there are duos and you can do duos with a friend. You don't have to pair up with a random person online to do duos. You can do it with a friend. And then what's he saying here? Allowing friends to party up in groups of 2 or 3 against AI. They've already said 1 to 8. Also, it's really funny. On the official product site, it does say it only says 1 to 8 players, and yet the implication is that Miyazaki's saying is that you could have a potential 9th player. I find that to be pretty funny. But it's more like the way he worded it was less like you can load into a match as there's 8 players, and more like it felt more like you show up in the middle of a match. So like there were already players that were eliminated by that point. You get me?
Yeah, I get you.
So, yeah, he worded it more like that. Which means that it's totally possible in duos, if that's the case. But the point being, in groups of 2 or 3... No, they already said it's either solo or duo. There's no trios in Dust Blitz.
It was really funny.
And besides, it would totally mess up the order. It would totally mess up the player count. You can't divide 8 players into 3s, trios, evenly. You can't divide it evenly. Like the next best thing I could see for that is again private matches. If you had like you and 2 other people invited into a private match, and then maybe you can fill it out with AI opponents that maybe you can like change their difficulty level, like Smash, like that. Yeah, I would agree that'd be cool as hell to do, right? That'd be cool.
But oh shit, Sakurai's in the game.
I mean, for sure, Miyazaki and Sakurai talk. I mean, they have photos together and everything like that, and I feel like Sakurai has talked about Miyazaki before too. So it wouldn't be any surprise to me if they were kind of like bouncing off of each other back and forth with ideas. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we'll see.
Like Soul's having this something in Smash.
Yeah.
That'd be insane.
I've been playing Souls games for nearly 2 decades now, so I'm fine with PvP. But sometimes you just want to blow off steam or conquer a distinct challenge. It would also prevent the Dustbloods from falling into irrelevance if the servers ever shut down, which would be nice. I mean, yeah, for sure, the one... Huh? Was it?
We have other games for that.
We do. Yeah, that's true. We do. But yeah, I mean, but it also still, like, that is a contentious topic right now, right? A very modern contentious topic is the preservation of, like, online-only games, right? So it would be interesting to see how a game like this could keep on going in the event of a server shutdown. But even then, I feel like that's such a fallacy argument, mostly because just historically, From Software has kept up pretty much all of their servers for all of their games. No matter how shitty the netcode probably is. Like, I'm pretty sure every single game's multiplayer is still up and running, right? Especially if you're playing the vanilla versions of, or, you know, the currently available versions that you can buy, right? Like Dark Souls 1 online still works, as in the remaster version we played. The online still works for that. Dark Souls 3 online still works. I could only assume Dark Souls 2 online works, right?
Nowadays it does.
Like unmodded, I mean. Like Dark Souls 2 is the one that I don't know, because I literally don't know anything about Dark Souls 2. Does Bloodborne's online still work? I figured it does. But maybe not. Maybe it's the kind of thing that had to be maintained by Sony.
Yeah, the online still works.
So online still works for Bloodborne too. Obviously Elden Ring. Obviously Night Rain. You can still see messages in Sekiro. Armored Core online still works. Hell, even I remember at one point looking at the online lobbies in Armored Core 4, and there was a lobby open on that game, and I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy." I don't have Xbox Live though, so yeah, I would say this stuff is still going. So it's hard for me to think of it as a non-issue, but I also find it hard to believe that it will be an issue that needs to be immediately addressed, like imminently addressed from software specifically, you know? If it were any other company, yes, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be concerned. But even FromSoft, with their mostly not good networking, they still keep their games up their servers up and running for their games.
That they really do.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. More companies should just be doing it. Performance-wise, I suppose I shouldn't have expected much. I was a little shocked to see From Software went with an uncapped frame rate. I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I think with that in mind, I think for sure. I think it's because they really want to hit 60 with this. I think that's why. Because there are moments like in places like the lobby, and sometimes in a match where like nothing's going on, that like you can hit 60. You can see it. You can see it suddenly smooth out, you know? But then it goes back down, and it's like it just fluctuates. It's very much a fluctuating, like how he says, it's an uncapped frame rate. But I think it's not that they're trying to go for an uncapped frame rate. I think the goal is to actually hit 60. And judging by the type of game this is, I think it makes sense for them to want to focus on trying to get it to 60. A very smooth 60 FPS, you know, primarily PvP focused game, that fucking helps a lot. A PvP game that's below 60 is usually a very bad feeling game. Even if people love it, like Bloodborne. It's still just, I can't look at that stuff for too long.
Dude, Bloodborne's great at 28 frames per second.
Yeah, when it's trying. I feel like most cases it's like 24 or less, right? That's what it felt like for me. That shit hurt my eyes like crazy. In the opening cutscene and even very starting area, Dustbloods manages to hit 60 FPS frame rate. 60 FPS frame rate. That's how he worded it. The 60 frames per second frame rate. But moving quickly makes that collapse down to 30 or so. Yeah, it fluctuated. I wouldn't say 30 or so. Maybe it dropped at most to 30 sometimes. But it could keep within the range of 30 to 60, which is uncapped, but it's very fluctuating. But I think that's only because I do have a feeling that at some point the game's gonna run at 60. The frame pacing issues that have plagued every From Software game since time immemorial aren't as prevalent here, with the game feeling better than past console releases, especially Bloodborne. Movement and button responsiveness aren't great, but there's always been a weightiness to Souls games baked in anyway, so the Dustbloods mostly feels fine. And you know what? I think that's the thing. That is the one thing I have to start considering. The more I thought about it, the more I was making the comparisons to Armored Core combat, like PvP, the more I was realizing that, like, if that were the case, then, like, I guess it does make sense that the lock-on works the way it does for me, and that movement works the way it does, and, like, the latency isn't necessarily latency so much as it is there's like a weightiness to the characters that is low-key like mecha-like, you know? Because as much as we like to compliment the combat and gameplay and the pace of Armored Core, it's not necessarily like a fully snappy kind of game. It's not like an immediate response to every single thing you do in the game that happens, right? It's just the mobility in that game and the amount of options you have with weapons and armaments and actions that you do in combat is what makes it feel like something very different from typical Souls games. And they're trying to edge more towards that side now with Dustbloods. So the vampires are like kind of weighty in a sort of mecha-like way. Or I guess the Bloodsworn. The Bloodsworn, which are basically vampires. They're mecha-ish in an Armored Core kind of way. But of course their figures, like their figures, like their models and stuff, is very Bloodborne-esque. So it's kind of funny.
Bloodborne-esque, right?
I wish there was an option to lower the resolution for 60 FPS, or even just cap the current game at 30 for fluidity's sake. But I understand this is a work in progress. Let's see here. Where the performance really hurts is in portable mode. I didn't go portable at all in this. I tried a single match like that, and I found it nearly unplayable. Input lag is heightened for some reason, and the game seemingly caps to 30 FPS but doesn't maintain that at all. You're looking at 20-ish FPS for most of the match, but the ghosting of the Switch 2 panel and the frankly disgusting response times for attacks and movement makes it feel completely unready for launch. If I had the means to measure it, I could give concrete numbers, but it takes nearly a full second for an attack to start after you press the button. It's not a good time, and I wouldn't recommend it at all. So yeah, there is a form of latency plus input delay that goes into the way the game feels currently, and I guess it just feels that much worse in portable. I would say it felt bad. It felt bad on wireless. Well, I wasn't getting an experience like him when I'm like wireless with TV mode. So it sounds like wireless with portable is even worse. In other words, I feel like there definitely should be an option, but there might not be, to have a way to play this game offline and like not have that baggage on the performance to play portable. But I mean, that remains to be seen. Maybe Nintendo's giving From Software the exception, to where they might just recommend people only playing in TV mode, but that would kind of suck though. Especially considering Elden Ring is going to end up being on portable. And Elden Ring is going to be playable portably. And guaranteed, fucking, I don't think Dustbloods is as big in scope as Elden Ring. Or I don't think it will be. Personally, I just don't see it. I do think otherwise, Dustbloods looks quite good. You won't mistake it for a next-gen title, but the addition of HDR, which has been present since Sekiro, and DLSS, that's built into the Switch 2, help resolve a clean image. If I had to guess, it seems like the game is rendering at 720p and being upscaled to 1080p, but that's perfectly acceptable. So, if that's what they're doing, then yeah, I can for sure see them optimizing it to the extent that it's going to run at 60. That's what I think. And there's a good chance the reason why they're getting all of this to work, I'm going to tell you right now, I think it has nothing to do with FromSoft, but everything to do with Nintendo engineers. I think Nintendo engineers are carrying the fuck out of From Software optimization for their two Switch 2 games they're coming out with Tarnished Edition and Dustbloods. That's my read on the situation. The art style is an incredible mixture of Bloodborne's Lovecraftian atmosphere with dark Gothic architecture and even some steampunk aesthetics. I also really dig the music. However, I lack the nomenclature to properly explain why. I think there's a certain melancholic quality to the hub theme, which is reminiscent to Dark Souls 2's Modula track, which I've heard before, and yeah, Modula's a good song. He lacks the nomenclature to properly explain why he likes the music. In a regular phase, like minus the ritual sites, the theme very much reminds me of the typical map theme from Night Ring. It has a very similar cadence to that, you know. But ritual sites when ritual sites pop up, the theme changes completely. The theme for the ritual sites gives vibes of some of the more dramatic boss battle themes from Bloodborne, but instead it's like the PvP theme, essentially.
Hear it eventually.
Yeah, you will. You will.
The tubes.
You will hear it, and you will be like, "Yeah, it's a good track." Because I always thought it was a good track. It's a good track. It put me in the mood. Put me in the mood where if I was looking at another player, it felt like I was looking at a boss. But then I would get third party and I'd be like, right, this is not a boss. These are other players here. Fuck my life.
Third hidden player is the boss.
Yeah, third hidden player is the actual boss. It's the snail in the corner, except he can actually hit you. Let's see. Overall, gut reaction to Dustblood's closed network test is that the game isn't really for me. I appreciate From Software mixing things up and going for a style that is unlike the past 17 years of Souls titles it has created. Let me count that right in my head. Yeah, 17 is right. Yeah, 17 is right, because 09. But there isn't much to draw in players not invested in multiplayer mayhem. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to get at. I was going to get at that. Like, multiplayer mayhem is probably the best way he's described the game so far. And the way I equate that is to board games. Like tabletop games where there's an emphasis on multiplayer. And the multiplayer in board games, it feels like no matter what board game you're playing that requires multiple players, it's all mayhem. Like no matter what, even if it's a co-op focused one, if it's a competitive one, if it does both, it's always mayhem. And it's just in the way that they're designed. And Dustbloods, to me, at least Dusk Battles are designed like board games. Dusk Battles is designed like it's a board game. Except it's real time. It's action-based, and it's a video game. This is certainly a more compelling prospect than Elden Ring Night Rain, but I'm not sure if I wouldn't bounce off of it after a few hours or a review period if I wind up playing it later this year. So this just shows me either he actually did not play Elden Ring Night Rain at all, and he had no idea that it was a boss rush mode that you can play with friends. Circling back literally to what he recommended as a suggestion for a game mode in Dustbloods, or he did not understand Night Rain when he played it, if he played it. It's either or. Either he didn't fully grasp what Elden Ring Night Rain was, or he just didn't play it. And to me that just sounds like this guy, he's just sounds like a media bandwagoner. And I have to say media bandwagoner because he writes for a website. And he might as well write. He might be writing for multiple websites and stuff like that. So he's media. He's the media. He's press to some extent. Yeah, and most of them tend to just stay in the same flock as one another. They kind of circle around the same areas together. They don't often deviate because they all kind of talk to one another, even if they're working at different publications. And I feel like he's influenced by that circle, whether or not he's in it. And I feel like he had some good points. I feel like mostly it just feels like the way he's talking about the game is the way that people are concerned about the game, and he just wanted to sound like the majority populace. I don't know.
Like formulate his own opinion and not differentiate.
Yeah, and especially didn't help when he said. I mean, it especially doesn't help right now after he said it's a more compelling prospect than Elden Ring Night Ring. Yet he suggested the Dust Blitz to have a boss rush mode that you can play with friends. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, it's right there. I'm here wondering, like, did you even play Elden Ring, dude? that's me right now. Like, I'm starting to question your credentials for Souls. Even though I question my own credentials all the time. Like, am I actually playing Souls in a way that's, like, quote-unquote legitimate? Like, do I have a say in this type of stuff? At least I'm putting my best foot forward doing it when I got sold on Elden Ring. And then I put in the time afterwards, you know? I've put in essentially the same amount of time in Elden Ring as I did throughout my entire life in Skyrim. And most likely, probably, I've already put more hours into Elden Ring now compared to Skyrim as a whole. So, you know, I got into it. It's not even that, like, I'm trying to build up credential. It's just, like, I like the game that much that I committed that much time into it. And the one expansion they put out for Elden Ring just shits on any expansion Bethesda ever put out for any of their games before. Like, bar none. Like, none of them compare. After a few hours or a review period, if I wind up playing it later this year. Again, and that's the other thing. The media, press, they're always concerned about their review period for games, right? And that is very different from the way regular consumers play games. We're not looking at just a period of time for us to review a game. That period of time fluctuates depending on who it is, what game is playing, and like what they felt their money's worth was when they bought it. Most press, they get review copies. And so there's like this weird, there's always a weird junction in the road when we're talking about review time, review periods for us, and the cost that it puts on a consumer for these games that they review. And some press truly believe that, you know, there absolutely has to be a separation between pricing of a game and like critically viewing a game in terms of its own merits. And, you know, some arguments that are placed forth for that stuff, like a good game is a good game no matter what price it is, like, sure, yeah, like, no doubt. Like, Shadow of the Colossus coming out right now, people would probably still view that as like a 9 or a 10 out of 10 game, right? Or at least, you know, whoever ends up playing the game, you can come up to that conclusion, and you can get to that conclusion without without them ever telling you the price of the game, you know. And then you look into it, and then it's like, you know, it's a $60 game, and maybe you're looking at it like, this looks like a PS2 game. Why is it $60, right? But
especially,
you know, that stuff's complicated. I feel like I have to do. I feel like I have to do the coward's way out and just say, like, it's kind of like on a case-by-case basis, really. But all that is to say, actually, it's heavily opinion-based. And much like what we talked about... Yeah, much like what we talked about... much like what we talked about yesterday, when you were trying to say, objectively speaking, I was like, there's no way you can objectively speak on something that is like a piece of art, because a piece of art is like, it is perceived and created by a particular person's mind. And that particular person's mind is not an objective piece of information. It's their cognition. And each person's cognition is like unique to themselves. So, as much as people want to try to critically or quote-unquote objectively view things like games, movies, media, art, still doesn't change the fact that what you're looking at is something created from a particular person's point of view. And whether that view is delusional, or it's truthful, or it's, you know, or it's a particular genre, like, that doesn't mean that it's like objective fact. And yeah, that's my view on the media. They're great because they took on this thing as a job, so now they get to be miserable about video games. Otherwise, everyone else can still be happy about video games. And that's their choice, I think.
If we become gaming,
I would be, funny enough, as much as Pat has such an easy way of fucking rage baiting me or triggering me with what he says, I probably would strive to sound more like Pat than what most people sound like nowadays when they want to talk about games online. Because at least he is highly opinionated. He's highly opinionated, and he is not one for trying to look at things purely objectively. Sometimes they do it. I think it's because he talks to Wooly. I feel like Wooly is more prone to doing that. He's always looking for a piece of media to like impress him more than anything else, I feel.
I'm betting a seahorse and it's like humping the table.
Hell yeah, brother. He's getting with it. He's getting it on.
We're betting green on this horse.
That's crazy.
No 17 black.
Ah shit. Oh shit. I picked the wrong one. I picked a level 35 raid. I gotta get out of here. Quick. I gotta get out of here.
I just started a game. Like, I heard.
Alright. Yeah. Alright, don't worry. This guy's article, this guy's op-ed is almost over. It is an op-ed. It's an op-ed because it was based off of his experience of the game.
So not this.
Yeah, it's an op-ed in that like he's describing his experience and he's giving his personal opinion on each of the things that he's talked about. Whether or not I feel like he was right, that's also my own opinion. That's like my opinion on his opinion. And then providing my own to either counteract or be in agreement with what he thinks. It's so single-minded in what it does that I remain unconvinced it can grip me. At the same time, I'd rather we get more experiments like this rather than simply Dark Souls 4 or Elden Ring 2, so I applaud his existence. The Dustbloods definitely needs some more work though. I don't believe you when you say that at the end. After everything you said, it sounds like there are some portions of From Software's catalog that you are very ignorant to and you refuse to engage with. And there are other parts that you revel in because everybody else is in on it. That's the read I'm getting from the way you've positioned yourself with your op-ed. That's the way I see it. At the very end of this. Now, was that a good yap or what? No, I'm not done yet. Hold on. Also, I don't like him applauding its existence. It sounds very condescending after the stuff that he said. It sounds very condescending. And I personally, in my opinion, I don't like that. That's because I see the game quite differently. Everybody keeps thinking it's some form of an existing multiplayer product in video games. Or to me, I mean, maybe there have been other video games that have existed that have done this the way I'm describing it, right? There could be other games that have done this before. Yeah. But in a way that's like focused on being real-time action, which I'd say Mario Party is much more focused on the RNG of minigames. I guess you could still say technically real-time action, but like a different form of it. But you are right. It's within that lineage of games. Games like Mario Party, he said City Trial, and Kirby Air Ride. I'm like, yeah, but the way he posited it was very simplified. When he said, just think of a darker version of City Trial. I mean, that says nothing about what City Trial is. You know? Try again. Try again, my good sir. But it is what it is. At the very least, I got to hear from somebody that I've never heard of this dude before, that just randomly showed up in my phone algorithm. And I got to read that. I got to read that on stream. And I mean, hey, that shit was up online for free for me to read. I didn't have to pay to read it. After that. Right? Yeah, it's not a Jason Schreier article. Where he asked for money from fucking Bloomberg. Why the fuck do I want to give money to Bloomberg, dude? The only person in here that should be caring about anything Bloomberg reports on or says is Miguel here. He's gonna be an accountant. AKA finances. To a smaller extent. So, yeah.
What the fuck?
Well, I may not have inevitably agreed with him in the end. You know, again, we need different people to exist in the world. That's the only way we're gonna get around in life, accomplishing different things, attaining different goals. You gotta sometimes oppose one another.
Greater good.
For the greater good that we need different people and different cultures and different ideologies. What's most important about all that is communicating that. Communicating what we believe and feel in our heart of hearts. How we see the world versus somebody else. Don't keep all of that stuff bottled up. Because then you're gonna end up unintentionally resenting the world. And your only reasoning will be because different people, you know? Like racist. So don't be racist. And be okay that different people live in this world. Even if sometimes they're assholes or maybe even straight up evil. Being evil is not a good thing in my opinion. But also evil also kind of implies objectivity, doesn't it? Like someone who's evil is like there's no if, ands, or buts about it. Evil, right? It has like an objective connotation to it. At least for me. I'm gonna do this one stage and I'm gonna go. Because I don't want to fuck up my voice anymore. For tomorrow. I already forgot this guy's name. What is his name? Peter? What is his name? Rogowski? Really? Article? I don't remember his best name right now. Oh, Goldie too. Shit, I didn't know this. I'm not even right. Oh. Dude, at the same time you did that, I killed Lord Booby. Perfect timing. That was perfect timing on that. You got the green and I got Goldie. Wow. Man. That video on the Oasis was nice. There's still some OG duds around. Even back from the Sega days. Still making stuff. Yeah. I mean, we had that demo we played. It was so silly. Alright, this game is silly. That's what I said. This game is silly. Come on, give me more enemies. I might die. Oh no, I might still die.
Brother, Titanfish is like scares me because like I feel like that fucker's gonna kill himself more than me killing him.
Yeah.
Like, he just runs into a wall and kills himself. And he's
Yep.
like, brother,
Yeah, he does. Yeah. That's why we love him, huh? That's why we love him.
Like most of the time, he's doing some nice. Like, what do you do with him?
Let's go. We're basically done with this. We're done with this level. Wait, actually, hold on. This crystal regenerated. I still have all three of them. Dude, that was so fucking fast. Oh, seriously. Grab some more. I'll grab the last bit before we go. I want to complete crystal. I didn't get any. I finally got a 4-star. I didn't get any 5-star stuff. I got a 4-star primo weapon. That's the last raid I'm doing for the night. Oh, I'm level 97 too. Actually, I picked up a lot of. I picked up three 4-star primos. God damn it. That's good enough. I will shut the stream off now. So much yapping.
All the YouTubers.
Motherfucker, he was called Peter. Damn it, Peter. You just made me spend all my time yapping about your op-ed. It's okay. It's okay though, give me something else. Now it's time to shut the stream.
Yeah,
And then
this is making me really tired.
maybe it's just time to sleep. Maybe it's just time.
Anything else with playing Splatoon? It's just like, oh, my eyes are.
It's time to bust a nut and fall asleep.
Actually, I don't know.